then there's professional certifications. Those are like auto mechanics, web designers, data analysts, plumbers, and on and on. Next one, please. Okay, so how do you earn a degree? The most important thing is you enroll in a college, and after 4 years, you get a degree. But then there are some scams of late. So how do these are some of the characteristics of a potential scam, that what you are attending will not get you a degree. One of the most important thing is make sure the college that you attend is accredited. So an example of a scammer is a promise of a quick graduation, like register for this school and our tutors will do your homework, you can register and go on a vacation. That stuff never works. Another one, these scams tend to be more expensive than colleges. Like if credit hours, 1 credit hours like 200 at HCC, these guys might charge you like 500 and on and on. Then number 3, there's typically easy. You don't do practicals. So for example, you are an electrical engineer and you're in 3rd year and you never connected 2 wires. That's something to make you think about what you're studying. Number 4, they lack practical skills, like transfer of practical knowledge. '27 and March 22, March 22nd. Your degree will not be annulled later on. Next slide. These are professional certifications. So the professional certification, what happens is you can buy books and study on yourself. Like for example, number 2, when I was in school, my friend was doing actuarial certification test. And after doing 2 tests out of 8 exams, he was able to get a good job, and he did that side by side. And the others, number 1 to 4, they are certification bodies for different professions. Number 4 is for nursing, 3 is for teaching, that's actuarial science, and the number 1 is for accountants. So if you want to pursue that side, it's another way to get a certification. Okay, so certifications are good. So these are some of the opportunities that I've found within our communities. Number
The Trio Electric partnership is a 3-way partnership with Spring Branch ISD, HCC, and Trio Electric Company. Trio was not getting
what we're doing in the field.
All of them said they had a defined career path to the future. That's huge for a junior in high school.
I'm getting there, so this is just like starting from the bottom. I'm going to work my way up. I plan to work through college. It's really awesome how they can all work together. I can get college credit while learning for my job over the summer.
My long-term future is electrical engineering, and this program helps me get the knowledge that I need to succeed.
Houston Community College has really been invaluable in setting up this program. They've helped us with grants to provide the tools and even the boots on the students' feet. So there's a comprehensive lift that's required as you're getting something like this off the ground, and having a partner like Houston Community College has really been valuable.
The strongest part of this partnership is we have an invested business partner that understands that education is key for students, but that ultimately they're feeding their talent pipeline. And by doing so, they're helping
Okay, what I wanted to show you is
in our
that
economy,
these are
the lives
students
of these
who are
kids.
study practical skills from HCC. So it's a partnership with TRIO and Houston Community College and Spring Branch. So if you are studying to be an electrical engineer, please choose your intern in an area which leads to engineering. If you are in nursing, teaching, or any other profession, choose your internship to where you can get good skills, applicable skills. And number 3 is a partnership for auto mechanics and electronics. It's a Texas State Technical College. They partner with Tesla, Caterpillar, Chevron, and Onco to train people to transmit skills, basically. And these guys, they don't need like a 4-year degree. You go there, you skip some units that you normally pay in college, and you get your certification, and you are good to go. So this is just one area where if you're interested, you can pursue it. Next slide. Okay, so what are the benefits of earning a degree or certification? Pretty much number 1 to 3 speak about the same thing. Unemployment for recent college graduate is low. So if you have a college degree or a certification, you have better opportunities of getting a job. And then number 2 is better job and pay prospects. So you get a better job and good pay. Number 3 is economic stability, which is about the same thing. And next slide. And this is how they compare doctoral professional degrees. What is expected? What are you expected to earn? And the last column, unemployment rate, was particular of interest to me. You can see that if you have a doctoral degree, professional degrees, your unemployment rate is 1.8 compared to guy with less than high school, which is 8.3. That's quite something. So, and as you gain more skills, more education, your unemployment rate and your pay goes up as well. Okay, next one. Number 4 and 5, more benefits of having a college degree. If you have a bachelor's, you have an opportunity to do master's and PhD. You get higher job satisfaction. For example, you can get paid off days, or you can get a retirement where you and your employer pays into it. Some jobs don't have that, and for sure, every one of us is getting old. Okay, challenges. So the challenges, I divided them into 2. The first one is fees or tuition is an issue. Like, it costs money to go to college. So one option, if you are a high school student, you can take dual credits so that when you transfer to college, you can transfer some credits. Number 2, you can either go to a community college first and then for 2 years and transfer for 4 years to the last 4 years into a university. Number 3 is an opportunity that if you graduate from high school here in Texas, you can pay in tuition fee. And the more information about that is available to UNT link. You can read that more. Number 4 is if you are in high school going to college and you get a really good high SAT score, you can get scholarship to pay for your tuition and board. And number 5 is a scholarship for minority students. And for you to get that scholarship, you have to be a US citizen and a GPA of 3.4 on 4.0 scale. and it's the GATE scholarship, and that's the link there. Next. Okay. Number 6, these 2 universities are in Texas, and they do offer scholarships for residents of Texas. I don't know if it's resident of Texas, but people with a certain level of income. And special about Rice, they offer scholarship regardless of your immigration status. And I thought that was a good thing to mention. Number 7. Number 7 is a story of a student from Ghana. He came to US, worked, but he got admitted to Johns Hopkins University and North Carolina, but he was not able to pay for his, he tried to apply for scholarship, none was coming through, but eventually when he was in a community college, these 2 colleges offered him full scholarship. So the college that you're applying to can also offer you scholarship. So this one, the Kent scholarship. Yeah, then this Jack Kent scholarship is a scholarship for students who are in a community college. They want to transfer to a 4-year college. So, and I think the GPA should be 3.5 on and on. More information is available on the link. Number 8. So for example, if this college thing is not for you, I found this number 8 interesting. So what they do is they give you $100,000 for you not to go to college, and they tell you, present us with your plan. If your plan is really good, we are going to fund it with $100,000, and you'll pursue that, and you see what comes out of it. But then the age limit has to be 22 or less, and each year they only take between 20 and 25 applicants, and the acceptance rate is 0.1%. So then I was compared, how hard is it to get this scholarship compared to going to the best schools in the country? And you can see your plan has to be really, really good for you to qualify. Okay, next one. Okay, the other challenges, especially because I work with a lot of students, is choose your major correctly. So on this link, number 1, is the story of a student who just graduated this May. So Wilson is 28 years old, and he went to, I think, Michigan University. It's a good university, but so his major was a degree in digital storytelling. I've never heard about it. So since he graduated, he applied for 90 jobs, and he got 3 interviews, but as of May 15, nothing had translated into a job. So it's very important that when you go to school, choose a marketable major to study. Number 2, time. Manage your time when you're in school, like, properly. So Ecclesiastes 1:3 says, there is time for everything, a season for every activity under heaven. So please submit your assignments on time. Yes. Don't wait until Sunday 11:59 to ask for extension, right? I know. Number 3 is really serious. Please keep good company. When you go to school, the people that you associate with, make sure they are serious about education. So Proverbs 13:20 says, he that walks with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Now, the thing is, it's not like they're going to destroy you, like, physically, but they will, if you keep that company, they will destroy you in some other ways. For example, you have been going to school for 4 years, but the number of credits that you have is just one semester. That, in a way, is a distraction. So please keep good company. Number 4 was interesting. This is from Texas A&M. Please don't cheat. So just as students are becoming savvy in using IA to write their papers, the instructors are also becoming skilled. So, okay, so this is a professor who failed the whole class because they used IA to generate their papers. But the follow-up story was nobody was denied to graduate. This was a mistake. But the sure is instructors are also working on their end to make sure they give points to people who did the work. So please submit your original work. Next one, please. So these are resources. I just wanted to share this, and you may ask, what good are they? Please click the first one, just for 1 minute. No, the link, the YouTube link, yes, that one.
There's a young girl in Afghanistan, her name's Sultana. About 12 years ago, Taliban takes over her town, didn't let her go to school. She gets on Khan Academy, she self-educates. She ended up lying to her parents, going to Pakistan to take the SAT because it's not offered in Afghanistan. I'm like, this young woman's amazing. I tried to figure out familiar with the GPT-4 technology. We said, there's a young girl in Afghanistan, her name's Sultana.
So this is a story of Mike is, okay. So this is a story of a student who study using Khan Academy. It's free, it's available. And imagine this student was in Afghanistan compared to people in US. And now she is a professor in a top university here in US. So just play the first minute.
About 12 years ago, Taliban takes over her town, didn't let her go to school. She gets on Khan Academy, she self-educates. She ended up lying to her parents, going to Pakistan to take the SAT because it's not offered in Afghanistan. I'm like, this young woman's amazing. I tried to figure out a way to forget her visa. Luckily, Nicholas Kristof, New York Times, found out about her, wrote an op-ed, Meet Sultana, the Taliban's worst fear. She had no transcript, no grades. All she had was like 8 years on Khan Academy and an SAT score. And Arizona State University admitted her. Credit to Arizona State University. Sultana now is a member of the research faculty at Tufts in quantum computing. You can imagine how many more Sultanas we can have if we have an AI supporting them. We've always aspired at Khan Academy to be, hey, every learner on the planet can essentially get a tutor. Every teacher could get a teaching assistant. OpenAI reached out to us and they said, hey, we're working on our next generation model, which we all now know is GPT-4. And when we saw this technology, which now folks are familiar with, the GPT-4 technology, we said, wow, this might actually do the trick.
It's extraordinary, and it really is about personalizing
You can see, go back to the
every student's education.
PowerPoint. Okay, yeah. So these are resources available to support your study. Khan Academy, you have seen the benefit of it. This was a student in a country with very limited resources, especially for women, but you don't face those challenges here in US. So please make use of these resources to better prepare for your studies. The last one, I think that's the next one. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of the opportunities which are available. Now, HCC is offering a 4-year bachelor's degree in artificial intelligence, I think starting this fall, yeah. So please, if this is your area of interest, try to get your degree cheaper instead of going to a 4-year university or something. Fort Worth, this academic year, they were hiring teachers from overseas, basically. And that was the starting salary. This is their website. Number 3, NASA intern. I think this was May this last month. And I got number 4 on May 31st. That's why I edited my I just wanted to include this. So WCJC is offering free college education for majors in health information technology, human services, medical, emergency medical services, license, vocational nursing. So again, if this is your area of interest, please get in touch, go to the website, call the college, and get more information. Yeah, I think that's it. Any questions? Thank you.
Dr. Jonah, don't leave, don't leave. We want you to stay. Let's give an applaud once again. Great presentation. You can really see he's a professor. Why, Peter? What was the particularity of this one?
Yeah, really punctual, and he kept his time.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. 8 minutes. Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's the professor. But Eden, you got the professor? That's the professor.
Yeah.
So
we just want to make a remark that, as you noticed, there were a lot of links that were shared. So these slides will be shared to everybody after the presentation, so that you can go home, and look over them again, have the information with you, and also click on the links, to see what they have.
yeah, so we're gonna forward you all those PowerPoint from Adam all the way to the last panelist. I'm gonna send you on your WhatsApp because if you know that I don't have your WhatsApp, don't wait for me to approach you. I'm not gonna approach you. You come to me. Hey, do you have my number? So I can get your number. Otherwise, no PowerPoint. All right. So questions. But Mike, Peter, we give the microphone. Whoever have a question, we're gonna take 4 questions. Put your hands up. Dr. Jonah is here to answer. Okay. We want to give an opportunity to order first. One says loud. Just wait. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi. My name is Lavender Juma. Just had one question. Some of us are here for school, for example, but there are others who are here. They didn't come particularly to go to school, but they might want to go to school. But the problem is how do you know where to start from? Because the system in the US is very complicated. Should someone go first to high school, GED, just to navigate everything and where to begin? Especially if let's say your immigration status is not that, you know what I mean? Maybe you're not on an F1 visa, maybe you just came here to visit but then decided to stay, things like that. I don't know. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so my take is it depends on what was your academic qualification coming in. So for example, if you have a bachelor's, I don't think you need to go to high school. But if you are below high school, it's better to go to high school, and then for example here in Texas, then you can pay in tuition when you go to 4-year college. So you can go to high school here, where there's the link that I gave has more information that if you graduate from high school in Texas, you can pay in state tuition instead of international tuition, which is about 3 times more. So that will make your payment a little bit cheaper. But again, each person's situation might be different. Okay.
Okay. One more question. Brother West has a question. I was looking for the people first. Oh, okay. All right, let's have one West.
Yeah, I would like to start by what the Professor Adam said, because when he was talking, he spoke about this term, if I don't mistake. And if we take that concept and we apply it to the world, we see that it's going to work for everybody. So this is my question. We know that it's very important to have a degree and to have success, and mainly on the Western societies. So this is my question. I'm going to just create 3 imaginary persons. We have Daniel in America Latina. We have, let's say, Hadla in Asia. And we also have maybe Abdul in Africa. So those three people also went to school. They also have their degrees. But we see that there's a difference. Abdul, with his PhD or a master degree, he's not even making a half of what a master is doing in US. So my question is for you as a teacher, somebody that already have an experience, what are those people supposed to do with their education? Knowing that they also have the same level as yours, they also have a master, maybe in the same thing that you study, and maybe they don't have that opportunity to move to where they live and to come to US. And also, some of them, they have some kind of difficult situation in their countries, and they have to move out of those countries. Let's say Venezuela. We also have many other examples in the world. So the people have to move from their country to other countries where they become illegal. So they don't have the access to the system and to apply what they have learned. So that's my question. What are those people supposed to do? Knowing that to have success is very important for all those degrees to have success in the society. So those kind of people, because the world is just diverse, there are diverse situations. So what are they supposed to do? Like also professionals or people that also went to universities or school.
Okay, so my reply to that is, I think the situations are different. Even here in Texas, for example, not all professors are paid the same. Yesterday night, HHISD, they announced that from fall, teachers will be paid $96,000. Now, very few teachers in Texas make that money. But because it's a state takeover, I guess they have a lot of money to pay that. And again, the cost of living varies from country to country, from state to state. So you might be an engineer in a certain country making less than an engineer in US, but the cost of living in that country is slightly lower than, for example, if you're working in a rural place in US compared to somebody who's working in a big city, the pay might be different, but you're still living comfortable life. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jonah. Let's applaud for Dr. Jonah. Dr. Jonah, please. We have a gift of appreciation. Brother Peter, if you can give Dr. Jonah his gift of appreciation. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we want a photo, picture. We want to take that picture with Brother Jonah. Yeah, give him his gift. Yeah. We want to appreciate you, Doctor, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. All right. That question was very important, and the answer was very clear, because the society differ, the system differ based on where you are. What's happening? We're talking, as you could have seen, we're talking about navigating the system as Christian over here in the U.S., which might be different back home or in another continent. But what is universal, it's what I said earlier, education. No matter where you are, when you are educated, you have more opportunity. And I really love the presentation of Brother Jonah, because 2 years ago, he was emphasizing mostly of college degrees. And this year, I told him to do something a little bit different by adding certification, because unfortunately, it's not all of us who can afford to go for 4 years, and sometimes we might not have all the intellectual ability to go all the way to the PhD, but we still have an opportunity to success in our life if we can be well trained. Just as Dr. Eden was saying, character and skills, and those skills need to be trained. You need to develop the skills, and therefore you need a right formation or training in order to have a good certification that is going to help you in your life on earth. Why, Peter?
Yeah, people say you can't judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. You know, fish are meant to swim in water. Some people were not meant, were not meant, but may not like going to a 4-year college.
Yes.
But they might have some skills, and those skills might earn them more money than people who have gone to college.
Oh, yeah.
So we emphasize both on having a degree
Yes.
and on having a certificate, which is really important. And we're now going to welcome our next speaker, who's going to talk about nursing. And it's really important. Let us continue taking notes.
Excellent.
So let us welcome Sister Anastasia.
Anastasia Mutini. She's a wife of a professor, Brother Jonah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shalom, everybody. My name is Anastasia Mudini. I'm so nervous to be here. Whew. I will be talking about nursing, like healthcare profession, specifically nursing. The reason why, before I say the reason, I will be presenting alongside my sister. Her name is Rejoice. She is not here physically, but you will hear what she will have to say. So the reason why we want to do a presentation about nursing is because that's what we know, that's who we are, and that's what we do. So let's get started.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. We are excited to be here. Shalom, brothers and sisters. We are excited to be here to promote or encourage you, brothers and sisters, as well as the community at large, to venture into healthcare professions, especially nursing. So our focus is mainly going to be about nursing because this is where we have experience in, for myself and Sister Anna. There are several reasons why we are encouraging you to get into these healthcare professions. So some of these reasons include shortage and demand for healthcare workers, availability of healthcare jobs, stable incomes, as well as rewarding or fulfilling careers. These reasons will be discussed later during the presentation in more detail. So nursing is at the top of our list. However, there are other health science programs like physical therapy, occupational therapy, respiratory therapy, dental hygiene, endoscopy technician, licensed vocational nursing or LVN program, pharmacy technician, and radiography, to mention but a few. For whatever reason, if you don't like nursing or you don't see yourself becoming a nurse, we would like for you to consider all these other programs that we mentioned as good alternatives. So we are aware that we have a lot of international students or F1 students in our church that are required to take at least a program that is 2 years or an associate degree. So some of these are programs that we mentioned, like the LVN program is only for 1 year. And the pharmacy technician program is only for 6 months. So as an international student, you cannot take those courses that are less than 2 years. You need to take at least a program that is an associate degree or that is 2 years. For other people that are not international students, please feel free to look into all these programs. Like we mentioned, especially nursing and other programs if for any reason you cannot do nursing.
specialties, different areas. But one thing I told you, while I'm here, 99.999% of the things I will say here is about nursing, because I told you that's who I am and that's what I do. So, first thing first, the reason why I would encourage everybody to do nursing, why? If you want it, like, I can't force you. If you want it, for sure it is a job in demand. I'm going to give you random numbers and like very close numbers, and give me your understanding on those numbers. So let's take, for example, Memorial Hermann. We have so many locations. Let's just take one location. For example, Memorial Hermann in Sugarland. We may have like 30 doctors and like 15 anesthesiologists and 15 respiratory therapists and like 15 physiotherapists and 350 nurses. What does that tell you? Nursing is a job in demand. If you are a nurse, you can never say you are jobless. So it's also a very competitive salaries. It opens pathway to green card and citizenship. Write that one down because I will elaborate it and give you more resources into it down my presentation. It has many areas of specialization, and I will also talk about that because some people say, oh my goodness, I don't want to do nursing because I'm scared of blood. I cannot give a shot. I'm scared to see needles. I can't see a dead body, stuff like that. I'm going to show you lots of specialties that you don't even have to see a patient. And you are a nurse. So it has flexible schedules, assuming you have children or you are still going to school. This is a profession that has flexible schedules and growth opportunities. Also, it has travel opportunities. So talking about travel opportunities, we are just coming out of COVID. When COVID was hot cake, sorry to use that word, but when COVID was COVID, nurses, travel nurses meant a bank because it's a job in demand. So they were paying really, really good. It's a noble profession, yes. Making a difference in people's lives. Trust me, it makes you feel so good knowing at the end of the day you saved a life. So that's good. And it's also a job satisfaction. Next slide. So what's nursing?
Nursing. So what is nursing? What are we talking about? So by definition, nursing is a profession in healthcare that focuses on providing direct or indirect care.
Direct means you are there. This is your patient. You are at the bedside giving care to this patient. When it is indirect, you might be in the office doing something behind the scenes. You are still a nurse. You are not even seeing this patient.
These are nurses that
my sister Rejoice will be
career
this
outlook in demand. So before you choose any program, be it in healthcare or other professions, it is also important to look at job opportunities or to look at the job market, because you want to make sure that when you finish your program that you'll be able to secure a job. So looking at the nursing career outlook in demand, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the RN workforce is expected to grow 12%. That is about 511,500 new nurse jobs from 2018 to 2028. The market looks good. Some of these reasons include aging RN workforce that is close to retirement. A lot of our nurses are aging and they'll be leaving the profession soon, going into retirement. And also our population is actually living longer. People are living longer. There is a lot of improvement in healthcare. There is a lot of technology advancements. There are so many life-saving surgeries that are being performed that are helping for people to live longer. So all these people living longer, they are also going to be needing more health care. And also a shortage of nursing faculty to train new nurses. So you find that nurses that are actually nurse educators or that are teaching or training new nurses are people that are really passionate about teaching, because nurses that are working at the bedside, be it in the emergency room, on the medical surgical floor, telemetry, or other specialties, they actually make more money than nurses that are teaching. So we just do not have enough nurse educators. We don't have enough teachers to train new nurses. The Texas Department of Health Services projects a shortage of nearly 60,000 RNs by 2030. And Texas is the second state with the most severe nursing shortage. It comes second to California. So if you're a nurse in Texas, you are always guaranteed to have a job. I just want everybody to understand that as a new graduate, you may not be able to get that dream job in nursing that you want. Let's say you want to work in the ICU or you want to work in the emergency room. You may not be able to get that job right away. So sometimes you may have to look at other settings, not just hospital setting. You may end up having maybe to start in a nursing home. Some people actually start in home health, but as you get your experience, eventually you get to that dream job in nursing or in healthcare that you've always wanted. Types of nurses.
Here in America, we have three levels of nurses. We have licensed vocational nurses, which is LVN. Here in Texas, we call them LVN. In California or some other states, they may call them LPN, licensed practical nurse. It's the same thing. And then we have registered nurse. We also have advanced practice nurse. For the advanced practice nurse, these are nurses who go past masters. Once you finish your masters, you go ahead and get your nurse practitioner. So that's another level of nursing. Next slide.
So
this slide is the same thing as the other one. So the CNA certification, this one is not this one is not part of nursing, but nurse cannot function without a CNA. So CNA is like a 3 months or 1 month certification, and then you'll be working as a nurse assistant, and then from there we have LVN, from there we have RN. So RNs take have been two. Like you may be an RN with the ADN. ADN is associate degree in nursing, or you can be an RN with the BSN, Bachelor of Science in Nursing. These two, ADN and BSN, they have the same license. So if you do your ADN in college and later on you go to university to take your BSN degree, you do not take another board exam because it's the same license. You don't need another one. And the other one is the one I said, the nurse practitioner. It is past bachelor's degree. You go ahead and get your master's. After you get your master's, for those who want to do to become nurse practitioners, you do a master's
help patient-based.
certification.
They
You
help
choose
patients
whichever
brush
area of
their
specialty you
teeth.
want. You can be
They
a
help
family nurse
patients
practitioner. My
think,
sister
but
Rejoice
there are
is a
some
family
patients
nurse
that
practitioner.
have
You can be a
difficulty
psychiatric
in
nurse
feeding
practitioner.
themselves. They
So
help
when
them
you
do
are a
that.
nurse practitioner,
They
there is very
help
few things that
patients
doctor
make
can
their
do that you
rooms,
cannot
make
do.
their
First
beds.
thing first,
They
you cannot
also
diagnose.
take
So you
vital
cannot tell
signs,
someone,
they're taking
okay,
blood
I
pressure,
am officially
temperature,
diagnosing you with this and that.
respiration,
You do not have that
saturation
authority,
levels.
but you can
They are
prescribe medication.
documenting, and they are
Nurses,
also
the ones that
reporting,
have like RN and
bills to the
LVN, they
nurses,
cannot
to the
prescribe medications
LVN,
at all.
or
All
to
they have
the,
to do is to follow doctor's order.
RNs
For
is done.
LVNs,
So
they
if
have
you,
some things they cannot
seriously
do, RNs can
considering,
do. When it comes to a new
taking our
patient
advice
admission,
today,
that one is taken care of by
getting into
RN.
nursing,
So the difference between
you may
RN and
want to,
LVN is the scope of practice, like the
get
duties, the
the CNA
responsibilities you
license.
have to do.
It
Because
helps a lot.
some things they are solely for
When you get the
RN.
license,
Like
you
a
can
discharge
secure a
teaching,
job
we have a patient who has been
in
newly diagnosed
healthcare.
with diabetes
You
mellitus.
can
That one
find a
has to be
job
taken
in a
care of by an
nursing home,
RN and not an
in an
LVN.
assisted
Next
living
slide.
facility.
Okay, applying to a nursing program. So there are things to consider. Accreditation is the first thing. Well, Brother Jonas said that the schools, very many schools we have found to be a scam, and they have given too many licenses to nursing school. The reason why this happened is because the student or the school, they did not do the due diligence of research to find out if your school you are interested in is accredited. A school may be accredited this year and lose the accreditation next year. For example, everybody knows about Houston Community College. Right now, they have lost their accreditation for ADN program. They are not taking students. The reason why the school loses their accreditation is because after graduation, their students, they have to pass NCLEX, like the board exam. 70% have to pass with the first trial. If they don't do that, the school will be on probation. The next graduation group after they graduate, if they still don't pass the board exam, 70% of them in the first trial, the school will lose accreditation. So please do your due diligence. Also, when applying to nursing schools, go to the Texas Board of Nursing. You will see the list of all the schools that are currently accredited. And also, if you want to apply to RN program, also apply to LVN, because just in case you don't get in for the LVN, you can get in for the RN, or the other way around. Also, the school reputation. Well, I went to a school that it's okay. You will hear different reviews about the school. They may say this school is so racist, or this school is this and that. Please put in consideration to those stuff. Affordability. Do not go to a school that will have you work like I don't know what to pay the tuition, because we have affordable nursing schools. Also, the pass rates. This one is not a joke. In nursing school, pass rates start from 70, 75. So, meaning in your first semester as a nursing student, if you do not get 75% of your overall performance, like at the end of the semester, you are not going forward. You will repeat the level 1. And that's the only chance you have. If you fail again, that's it. And you will be suspended from that school for 10 years. Yes. But you can start another nursing school, like you can go to a nursing school in a different school and start all over again. That's how competitive it is. Because everybody wants to be a nurse, right? Also, think about relocating. If you cannot get a nursing school here in Houston, apply in Dallas, in Austin, wherever. And when you get selected, be flexible. Like for those who do not have attachments, like here, let's say you have family or you have something holding you here, be free to relocate and go get your education where you are supposed to. or where you are accepted. And also deadlines. Most, not just most, all of the nursing schools, they have application deadlines. For those who are starting their nursing school in August, the deadline was in March, so the selection have been already done. So now is the open window is for spring 2024. So please pay attention to the deadlines. Next slide.
Just to add on,
Sister Rejoice will be presenting this slide.
Just to add on what to consider when applying to a nursing program, I would like to take some time to really emphasize on the importance of this website called the Texas Board of Nursing, or TBON. If you are considering getting into a nursing program, or even if you're already practicing, this website has to be one of your favorite websites to go to. So on this Texas Board of Nursing, you will find Life Center information. That is information on how to become a nurse, how to become an LVN, or how to become an RN, or how to become a nurse practitioner in the state of Texas. It tells you exactly what you need, because this Texas Board of Nursing it is an organization that is responsible for issuing you that license when you take the exam for you to be able to practice. So it's very important that you know exactly what you need, what kind of education, what are the requirements you need for the type of license that you are seeking. And then you also find information on approved nursing programs and schools in Texas. This is very, very important. Not all schools out there are genuine. Some programs or some schools are not approved, or they are not accredited by the Texas Board of Nursing. They are not recognized by the Board of Nursing. So don't be scammed. Do your due diligence in finding a program and a school that are accredited by the Board of Nursing. Most of you brothers and sisters are international students. You do not have time. You do not have money to waste on a fake degree. You want to make sure that the school that you have chosen and the program that you have chosen are accredited by the Board of Nursing. Recently, about a few months ago, this particular
PDF from Texas Board of Nursing. This PowerPoint PDF, I sent it to Pastor if you need it. It has the list of all of the accredited schools in Texas for both RNs and LVNs. Next one. This one, the next one is the same.
So this is a continuation of the Texas approved nursing programs as well as nursing schools.
Sometimes they have information sessions. Like they would send you emails or maybe post flyers somewhere to tell you like they will be holding an information session. So it is very important to attend to those ones because you get to answers to all of these questions. I want to emphasize on vaccines. If you are looking forward to apply to a nursing school, please, hepatitis B 1 and 2 have to be taken before you submit your application. the moment you get your hepatitis B vaccine 1, you wait for 1 month to get another one. So calculate your time and your deadlines well, because these vaccines, they are very important. Remember, you are going to nursing school to come out and take care of people's lives. So they are very, 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 very critical on that. Next one. Okay, this one is about language integration. So we have millions of languages. What I can encourage everyone, well, we are already here in America, right? So please, just understand basic English. The teacher in your school will come to teach in English. When you go to clinicals, you go to do everything, you'll be communicating in English. So please, just understand the basic English. Did I tell you to learn about American accent? No. Just know the basic. Just understand what they say and be able to communicate. You are good to go. Next. When you are applying for LVN, you have to take some prerequisites. These are the things, the classes you have to take. Anatomy 1 and 2, and microbiology, college algebra, and I should have added one more, English 1301. Yes. When you are applying to nursing schools, some of the schools, they have some time, kind of like, if you took your anatomy and physiology 7 years ago, it expires. They want you to take a new one. So please, again, do your due diligence, research. For the RNs going to ADN school, these are the prerequisites here. You have this, you are good to go. But any additional here from this side is an added advantage because it will boost your chances of getting in. So these are very competitive programs, very competitive. If you have a C in your transcript, you may consider retaking it. Am I saying we are all smart? No. Just try. So for the bachelor's degree, those who are going straight to university for a nursing degree, you will need all this and all that. But when you have this and you have taken your ADN program, you have passed, you have gone all the way and passed your board exam, there are some of these classes you will not need if you want to do bachelor's. I want to say something when it comes to applying to any of this school. It is very hard to get in on the first time, like to get into the nursing program. If you did ADN, you will tell me it was hard to get in. But after you finish it and you have your RN license, you can go to any university in America for your BSN, because after that, they start calling you, begging you to come and do your bachelor's in their school. Why? You already have the license. All they want is your money, and they will give you the degree. Next. Areas of specialization. Remember I told you for those who don't want to take care of patients, like they don't want to see blood, they cannot hold a needle, or they can't even see it. There's a lot you can do as a nurse, which you don't have to see that needle. For the ones who are not scared of those needles and everything and dead bodies and all that, that is the bedside. These all are the specialties for bedside. Here, away from the bedside or with the minimal patient contact, this is all you can do. It's something you need to consider that. Sometimes, some of these specialties may want you to have a little bit of experience from those ones up there. So please, pay attention to that. Next slide. So this is average pay for nurse, RN, registered nurse, for annual and hourly. These are not made up numbers. These are real numbers. So, yes. Next slide. Okay. So, yeah. I came into this country in the year 2016, January the 12th. That's when I landed in Dallas. I came here with no education. I had never gone to high school in my country. I only had 8th grade, and that was it. So when I came here, my husband guided me. When you were in that stage of courtship and everything, your husband must have promised you heaven in this world. So, some of the heaven, my husband told me, I am going to support you. If you are interested, you will go to school and get whatever you want from school until you tell me it's enough. So, we started right from GED. For those who are here, they have papers, like their immigration status is legal, and they don't know where to start. You don't have to go all the way from first year of high school to the last year. No, you can do GED. This is a high school equivalence test. It has reading, maths, science, and social studies. The test, they are pass or fail. It's not like you get this score, it's just pass or fail. Once you pass the GED, you do a test to join college. It's called TSI, Texas Initiative Success, something like that. And then you start taking classes for whatever career you choose. So I did that. I got a CNA certification, and I went to nursing school in Wharton County Junior College, where my husband is teaching currently. After that, I got a BSN from Capella University. Remember, I told you, after you finish the ADN, you can go to any university you want for your BSN, because no license is required after that. All they want is your money, and they give you a degree. But of course, you have to work for it. So, next slide. This is Sister Rejoice's testimony. How she came as a student, F1 student. She changed her major and our aunt influenced her. I'm saying this with her permission. Our aunt influenced her to be a nurse. She went and got a nursing degree from Houston Community College. She started as a CNA initially, and she got a degree. She got a bachelor's from UT Health here. She got married, she got a green card, she accepted the message of the hour, and she got Masters of Science from UT Health, and now she is a family nurse practitioner. All right, next slide. This was an odd one, right? It's beautiful, okay. I did not have a presentation of that. So, for those who believe the message of the hour, we have a prophet. And this is what the prophet said about the women and working. Yeah, if your husband cannot make to pay the bills, the wife can help to bring in something and help make the life easier. Because regardless of how much Holy Spirit we have, we still have to pay the bills. Next. So, any question?
Yes. Let's give a clap for Sister.
But I think I forgot this one.
Okay, good. There's one part that she wants to cut you.
This was in the new PowerPoint I sent you.
Oh, that's the new PowerPoint?
Yeah. But anyway, you can post it
later. I'm going to send it to you.
So,
just want to talk about it.
Yeah. Pastor will share websites where F1 students can get green card through employment. It is like many of them. I have like 5 of them. So you apply on your last semester of nursing school, and you get your green card, and you have to commit to work for that agency, the one that has applied for you the green card, at least 2 years. The reason is because, of course, I told you it's a job on demand. They will definitely get you green card, but you have to work for them for 2 years. Is that a thing? 2 years to get, and you already have a green card. It's doable. But again, remember, this one you have to apply it on your last semester of graduation because you still want to be in status. You don't want to lose status. Pastor will share all these websites. Hopefully you will find something to help you. So if you want to do it, nobody will stop you. But if you don't want to do it, nobody can help you. God bless you.
Sister Anna, don't leave. Sister Anna, Sister Anastasia, we still need you. Nobody will stop you. We still need you here. That was great. Let's give an applause to Sister Anastasia. We need to take some questions. And yeah, Brother Peter, they want you here so we can, the light. Yeah, she needs to take some pictures. I'm sorry, some questions. And did you, we really want to appreciate them. Sister Anastasia and Sister Rejoice. She really wanted to be here, but she couldn't because of her work responsibility. And but she did a wonderful job and all those information. And I think through this presentation, Lavender, you pretty much found your answer as an international student, listening to seeing the journey of our beloved sister. And I love what she included in her resume. She accepted the message as well because it's part of our journey. So wonderful job. And there is a lot of opportunity. I just also wanted to answer the question that Wenceslao said earlier. There's a lot of opportunity. It's just to find the right person. So ask questions. Even though we are going to finish the presentation, at the end, talk with all the panelists. Make contact with them. This is also one of the reason why we have this session, right, but Peter? To get in touch, to ask questions, because as she said, you have to go for it, and nobody will stop you. So let's give an opportunity. Peter, you're gonna go with the microphone. Whichever has a question, we're gonna take two or three before lunch, because we still have Ike who has to present. But I'm going to ask you. We are going to decide if we want to eat first, so we can continue, or we continue and we eat after. We'll talk about that later. Questions first. We'll ask a question to Sister Anastasia. Sister Anna, you want to come here? There is a hand over there. I believe is Sister Paola. Okay, Sister Anna. Who has the question? Okay, let's give the priority to the lady at the back. Yeah. Milton, let's give it to Paola first. I thought it was Nunes. Let's give it to Paola first.
God bless you, Sister Anna.
Amen.
Your presentation was amazing. So my question is, I just wanted to know, on the website, do you have like the link? Because you mentioned how some classes that we need to take before we transfer to the program, and I believe there's an exam that we need to take before we get into the program, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is there like a link where we can practice for the exam before we actually, transfer to the program? Do you have it on the website?
You're asking about a link for tests, a practice test.
Yeah,
to
the
practice
HACI. Mm-hmm.
For the HACI or
Yes, ma'am.
TEAS?
For both.
Both.
Yeah, depending on the school you're transferring to.
Yeah, different schools, some schools take HACI, some take TEAS. That's something also you need to look out when you are choosing your school. I can share a website, not really a website. Yeah, it's a website where you can do practice question for TEAS. I did both of the tests. This is just me. It may not be your experience. I found TEAS to be very hard than HACI. I have a practice link for TEAS. I can send it to Pastor, and Pastor can send it around, because yes, your TEAS score going into college will also determine your acceptance. It's very competitive. Nursing, everybody knows, is very competitive. So I will share the link.
Thank you.
You're
God
welcome.
bless you.
Let's take Milton, and then the last one will be Brother Joe. Milton, is Milton? Right? Yes, go ahead, Milton.
Yes, I'm not a nursing student, by the way. I would just have a question. When you talk about obtaining a green card or something, about 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
so is this only nursing?
I don't know. I said I'm going to talk about nursing because that's who I am and that's what I do. But on the link the pastor will share, there is a YouTube video of an international student who came here with F1, and she has a list of all agencies and all hospitals that sponsor green cards for F1 students. I think some of them is not just nursing, because they have some few more areas of specialization. So yes, please check into it.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Anastasia. That was a really wonderful presentation.
Thank
so
you.
actually, I don't have a question, but I would like just to add to the question that Sister Paola had. Actually, I want to be presenting to as well, but one of those that Sister Anastasia said that they take care of patient indirectly. I'm not the bedside, but I am indirect, so I'm on the other side. So for Sister Paola, for that question that she asked, if you go to WGU University, so if you want to become an RN for them, they have a link or a book for your NCLEX, for your TEAS exam. So you're gonna pay only $19, and they're gonna ship a book for you, so you don't have to read the whole materials. And for them, they have only like mathematics and statistics, microbiology. So they have specific classes that they want you to take. So therefore, and then they're gonna ship that book to you. You just practice into that book, and then you have to pass that exam to be good. And also Denver College of Nursing right here in Derry Ashford. For them, if you have already a preview bachelor degree, you don't have to pass that exam. They consider that you have already a bachelor degree, and if you take your prerequisite classes already, and go ahead and go into the program without going into that exam. So that's another program, and if you want to know more about it, I have some information I can give to the pastor too as well.
Okay. Let me add one thing.
Yeah,
Very
Susanna
small.
would like to add one more thing.
The nursing career, it doesn't require a lot of mathematics. That explains why I chose it. Because me and maths, we are like this. So, if you are not good in maths and you are scared, no. Once you get into nursing program, no maths. When you get to bachelor's, no maths. Master's, no maths. Everything past that, no maths at all. So don't let that pull you down. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Anastasia. We want you to stand here. We have a wonderful gift for you. And Sister Rejoice, give her those 2 packages she's going to bring to her friend. We really appreciate you. No matter how much Holy Ghost you have, what do we have in common? We all have to pay bills. Okay, let's take our picture, Sister Anna. Peter. That. There we go. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much, Dr. Adam. Let's take our picture. We appreciate you, Sister Anna. Thank you so much. All right. Wonderful job. Our next panelist is my friend, my dear friend, Ike. I told Ike one thing, what she just said, like, this conference is not about the Holy Ghost. Everybody needs money. So that's why we're all here, because we all work on earth. But Ike, because we have been here for so long, and I can see the face of the people, they are thinking about, let's just take a break. Why don't we just take a break, and then we come back here, and then you can have all the audience attention on you. Okay. All right. So we are going to take a long break, which is called lunch. All right. So we're going to have, what did you know? How many minutes was it? 40 minutes? It's 1:42. Let's come back here at 2:10. Is it okay? Is it too long? Too short? 2:15? 2:20? Who goes with 2:20? Ike, what do you think? All right. 2:20. 30. If I need to ask you all, it's going to be very complicated. We're coming back here into 20. Let's come back into 20. We need to leave early. Tomorrow is Sunday. All right, and some people need to travel also. We appreciate you. So I'm going to ask the ushers and the sister back there to help us concerning the lunch. For those who are on YouTube, once again, if you need those information, if you know that I don't have your phone number, please come to me. Give me your phone number or your email address so we can forward you all those PowerPoints. For those who are connected on YouTube, the IT are going to place our Gmail account. Send me your phone number or your email on our Gmail so we can forward you all those information. We appreciate you and stay connected. We're coming back in about 45 minutes. Thank you, Brother Edu. And you have refresh yourself. Take advantage to ask those questions again to those panelists. Talk to them personally. Make networking. And we see you in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
What shall I say unto my Father? It's all I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Edu. Ushers, please help us. Sister Splendid, Sister Ivania, whoever is in charge, help us. Ushers, we have Brother Gabriel who are helping. Brother Josh, I want you also to help us as ushers. And Brother Joseph. Let be organized. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. See, all I have to say is thank you, Lord, for the breath in my lungs. I thank you, Lord, for the strength in my body. I thank you, wonderful Father to me. I thank you from the depths of my heart. All I have to say, what shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. What shall I say unto my Father? It's all I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. See, all I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. All I have to say is thank you, Lord, for the breath in my lungs. I thank you, Lord, for the strength in my body. I thank you, wonderful Father to me. I thank you from the depths of my heart. All I have to say. The thing where you do, no man can do. I can never find another lover like you. The thing where you do, no man can do. I can never find another lover like you. The thing where you do, no man can do. I can never find another lover like you. The thing where you do, no man can do. I can never find another lover like the thing where you do. No man can do. I can never find another lover like you. The thing where you do. No man can do. I can never find another lover like you. I got joy like a river in my soul. My heart is full of you. I got joy like a river in my soul. I can never find another lover like you. I got joy like a river in my soul. In my soul, my heart is full of praise. I got joy like a river in my soul. I can never find another lover like you. My defender, there's no contender. My life is for your glory, I'm yours forever. You fill my heart with many good and perfect treasures. More than I can ask, you give me so much peace and joy. that will never give up on me. Say Jesus, Lord. Jesus, you took the pain and suffering for me. Thank you, Jesus. You broke it and you grabbed me from the clutch of sin and set me free. Lift it up and say it's amazing. It's amazing. So amazing. In spite of my weakness, you leave me speechless. It's your grace that makes me strong. In spite of my weakness, you leave me speechless. It's by your grace I'm alive today. It's by your grace I am where I am. It's by your grace that today I'm saved. Grace that will never give up on me. It's by your grace I'm alive today. It's by your grace I am where I am. It's by your grace that today I'm saved. Grace that will never give up on me. Grace that will never give up on me. Grace that will never give up on me. Grace that will never give up give shines on each day. Let me rise and seek your face. Break down every wall that I've been building for a kingdom without truth. Tear down every lie that I believed in. Let me come alive in you. For this world will slip away, but you will still remain. Break down every wall that I've been building for a kingdom without you. Turn on every lie that I believe. Let me come alive in you. For this world will slip away, Lord, you will still remain. Lead me back to you. Lead me back to you. Lead me back to you. Slow down, only you can save me. I would stare out every night at the top of the moon, hoping that one day it'd bring me closer to you, and you would come with open arms, even though I was far away. And you taught me such things like joy is something you choose. I was a girl in the window, wrapped up in blues. You said start running towards me. I said I'm scared, but I trust in you. The stars alone are your works of art, undiscovered colors that show us who you are. And as I stood there in awe of everything you've made, I heard you whisper to me and say, look how my love remains. 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 Then you lifted my load, chained and burdened no more. I was a witness to grace and resilience. I owe it all to you, God. I'm yours forevermore. And then you silenced my fears, and I stood up to dance. They are all so confused, given my circumstance. I knew I couldn't explain, but I gave it another chance. The stars alone are your works of art, undiscovered colors that show us who you are. And as I stood there in awe of everything you've made, I heard you whisper to me and say, look how my love remains. 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 Look how my The stars alone, fireworks survive, undiscovered colors that show us who you are. And as I stood there in awe of everything you've made, I heard you whisper to me and say, look how my love remains. Look how my love remains. Look how my love remains. Look how my love 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 Look how my Anchored down in stagnant waters, discontent with where I stand. There's gotta be something more out there beyond the shore. So caught up in moving forward, I forget I already have much more than I deserve. In every season, let me say, it's your will and it's your way. I wanna be grateful, grateful. Don't let me miss a single gift that you have given me. I wanna be grateful, grateful. Wherever I am, I'm in your hands, where I'm supposed to be. 'Cause you are and you always will be faithful. I'm covered by mercy's riches. You alone are everything. Through the ups and downs of life, I will be satisfied. In every season, let me say, it's your will and it's your way. I wanna be grateful, grateful. Don't let me miss a single gift that you have given me. I wanna be grateful, grateful. Wherever I am, I'm in your hands, where I'm supposed to be. 'Cause you are and you always will be Every season, I will say, it's your will and it's your way. I wanna be grateful, grateful. Don't let me miss a single gift that you have given me. I wanna be grateful, grateful. Wherever I am, I'm in your hands, where I'm supposed to be. I wanna be grateful, grateful. sing, oh, it feels like a dream. Cause with you on my team, I'm winning. Nothing's gonna hold me back, no. Nothing's gonna stop my praise. Nothing's gonna keep me silent. I'm safe from the rooftops. I got grace everywhere I be. Blessings falling on me. There's nothing to hide for the God that I serve. Tell me, why should I be afraid? No matter what comes my way, I'll overcome with a smile on my face. I got that joy like a river flowing down to my soul. Oh yeah. I feel like dancing, yeah. I feel it in my bones. Oh yeah. So give me joy in my heart, keep me praising. Give me joy in my heart, I pray. Give me joy in my heart, keep me praising. Keep me praising till the break of day. Oh, I've got that joy like a river flowing down to my soul. Oh yeah. I choose that joy like a river flowing down to my soul. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My light and salvation is you. I've got a firm foundation in you, Lord. You hold me daily, daily. The hope for my soul. I'm ever so safe here with you, Lord. I got grace everywhere I be. With blessings falling on me. There's nothing too hard for the God that I serve. Tell me, why should I be afraid? No matter what comes my way, I'll overcome with a smile on my face. I got that joy like a river flowing down to my soul. Oh yeah. I feel like dancing, yeah. I feel it in my bones. Oh yeah. I sing, oh, it feels like a dream. Cause with you on my team, I'm winning. Nothing's gonna hold me back, no. Nothing's gonna stop my praise. Nothing's gonna keep me silent. I'm safe from the rooftops. I got grace everywhere I be. Blessings falling on me. There's nothing to hide for the God that I serve. Tell me, why should I be afraid? No matter what comes my way, I'll overcome with a smile on my face. I got that joy like a river flowing down to my soul. Oh yeah. I feel like dancing, yeah. I feel it in my bones. Oh yeah. So give me joy in my heart, keep me praising. Give me joy in my heart, I pray. Give me joy in my heart, keep me praising. Keep me praising till the break of day. Oh, I've got that joy like a river choose to trust you now. Oh, yes, I do. Yeah. I choose to trust you now. I choose to trust you. I choose to trust you now. What you doing?
What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. What shall I say unto my Father? It's all I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. See, all I have to say is thank you, Lord. For the breath in my lungs, I thank you. For the strength in my body, I thank you. You're a wonderful Father to me. I thank you. From the depths of my heart, all I have to say, what shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. What shall I say unto my Father? It's all I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. See, all I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. All I have to say is thank you. For the breath in my lungs, I thank you. For the strength in my body, I thank you. You're a wonderful Father to me. I thank you. From the depths of my heart, all I have to say.
Love is giving up on what you want to find the very thing that you need. Love is easier said than done, but worth your everything. Yeah. Love is listening without a reply response or trying to solve your problem. Love is hearing your pain and feeling your pain till your pain becomes
Echo.
ours.
All right, thank you. We need all the everybody to come back inside, the panelists, the audience. Let's complete the second part of the conference so we can leave here before 6. We still have a lot. We still have more information. We still have good information to receive. Please, my brothers and sisters, dear friends, come inside. Let's continue. Let's come back. Let's come back. Let's come back. Let's come back. Please, we need everybody back. We still have a lot of panelists, a lot of subjects. So let's do our best, please. We still have to talk about immigration concerning the international student. And we have noticed this is one of the hot topic. We still have to talk about the financial literacy, credit and financial life, networking, investment. So let's come back. Let's come inside. And please, may we occupy those first chairs. Please. Brother Josh, Brother Gabriel, please help us to bring everybody inside and to occupy the first chairs. And I'm going to call the panelists to come and have a seat over here. Mr. Nitti. Mr. Nitti, if you can, yeah. And I need, after Mr. Nitti, we're going to have Sister Lara and a colleague, if you can come and have a seat here, too. Mr. Nitti, if you don't mind. And then Sister Lisa, you are the next 4 panelists. Sister Lara, are all of you 3 presenting? Okay, so you can then just have me here. Okay, Sister Lisa, I want you to be there, sitting over there. Oh, Sister Lisa, you can come and sit here. Okay, so technician, whenever you're ready, we are ready. Ushers, please bring everybody inside. Brother Joachim, bring everybody inside and close the door. And if you can just move forward, please, let's come inside. Sister Sephora, Sister Divine, please, I want you, everybody to move forward. Yeah, we don't want people to stay there. Move forward. Move forward. So these those coming presentation will be kind of long, especially with Mr. Nitti, because he has a lot of information, and through the questions of the different people that we have noticed, immigration as international student, it's really one of the main concerns. So this is a hard topic, and after that we are going to listen also the presentation on the financial life, financial education, and on that we have 2 topics that seems to be together. We're going to go first with financial literacy. Sister Lara with people that we have 40 minutes on that or less. Of course, Mr. Nitti, you have your time. And then after Sister Lara's financial literacy, we're going to have Sister Lisa on credit and financial life as well. Also 40 minutes or less. All right. So we want to welcome you back. You want to welcome the people back? Can go to Peter. Music. Thank you. You are not ready yet? Technician? Okay, give us your feedback first. We want to wait on the technician because those who are connected on YouTube as well. Meanwhile, ushers, you want to make sure everybody is inside. And let's occupy the first places, please. We have Brother Josh, Brother Gabriel, Brother Joseph Chibinda, Brother Joachim that are helping on the usher side. Joseph also helping with the pictures. And once again, if you need those PowerPoints to be sent to you, please provide me your email address or your phone number so I can send you either by email or WhatsApp, so you can have all those information for your own research. We're still waiting for the technician to set up everything. So, yeah. Thank you.
So, just want to welcome you all back to this informational session. So, as we wait for the technicians to get ready, we're just going to go a recap of what we learned from the previous section. So we started off with Brother Adam Shebendu together with Sister Amy, and then they gave us a really insightful overview of the importance of STEM and what is STEM. And we learned that, the wisdom comes with the fear of God. And Brother Adam told us that, the most important thing you need to succeed is character and skill. And as we are Christians in this, young Christians specifically, in this new world, that character should be molded around the Word of God. we should not be ashamed of who we are in the workplace, at school. We should always make sure that our voices are heard, and we stand for the truth, for what we believe. So Brother Adam Shebendu told us about character and skill, and he said that, everything, science is from God. So that's one takeaway that I had. Science is from God. Scientists over the years have been trying to deny God, but there's just a lot of overwhelming evidence for God's existence in the world. If you look at DNA, as I said before, DNA shows the existence of some supreme intelligence that made it to be. So that in itself shows us that there is a God who made things to be. When I usually talk to some of my atheist friends to explain to them the existence of a God, this is how I go about it. So if you look at different people from different places, even in Africa, before the white men came, there was always an instinct in them to worship something. Before civilization came to Africa, as they call it civilization, we always wanted to worship something. If you look at Latin America, before the British got there, they always wanted to worship something. If you looked at Australia, they wanted to worship something. But we had never met, we had never said, oh, let us all worship something. So across all humans, there's this desire in people to worship something. Some people worship images, some people worship different stuff. So this in itself is evidence of a God that exists. Now the question is, who is that supreme being who put in all human race the need to worship something? So that in itself is the evidence of a God. So it's just the way I have explained to my friends how God exists. And it kind of, ties to what Brother Adam was telling us. Everything we do should be tied back to the Bible, tied back to God. And, okay. So he also taught us about, one thing that interested me about his talk, he came with his own definition of science. I hope you caught that. He came with his own definition of science. That's how educated he has become. So his definition of science was this: understanding how nature came to be, and he used that to plan the future. And he also told us the definition of engineering, which is kind of the reverse of what science is. One of the struggles that I've had, my major is mechanical engineering, and usually elderly people from Africa, when I tell them I am majoring in mechanical engineering, they straight away think mechanic, like those people who repair cars. But engineering is actually, you are making real things from imaginary, as Brother Adam told us. And then our second speaker was Brother Jonah, and he told us about the importance of a degree and a certificate. We all need to have degrees. We all need to have certificates. We are in America. To live, a better life, you should have these things. They help you to get better jobs, better income, live good, and support your family. We believe we're in families, as we've been taught. We are in the teaching of a family, a church. So your family, your children, especially in this time, they'll need to have a good education. And when it comes to students' education, these days it's now becoming more important to send your children to private schools, because they're now teaching some things that we don't believe in public schools. So, for you to be able to send your kids to private school, you should have the money. For you to have the money, you should have a good job. For you to have a good job, you need to have a degree. You need to have a certificate. So Brother Jonah told us about avoiding scams when it comes to colleges. There are colleges which are not accredited, and in these colleges, you might spend 4 years just to get a degree that's not accredited. That would be a waste of time, a waste of money. And as international students, we've come here for that. Your parents will be paying for you, or either a scholarship, they'll be disappointed, and they will not be as honored as much. So, and then Sister Anna came and told us and emphasized on doing due diligence on your research. Make sure that the schools you are planning to go to, you research about them, you know that they are accredited, they are highly recognized in Texas, in Houston, and in America. So our third speaker, Sister Anna, together with Sister Rejoice, they spoke on nursing. And one of the advantages of nursing they mentioned to us is pathway to citizenship. So it's one of the easiest way to get a green card and to stay in America legally. And also job satisfaction. That's one thing that that really caught my attention as a nurse. Many people are asked, like, why did you choose this career path? Why do you want to be an engineer? Why do you want to be an astronaut? And her reason for being a nurse is job satisfaction. She likes knowing that at the end of the day, she's saving lives. When you go back home, you sit down, you reflect on what you were doing, you'll be like, oh, I saved that cancer patient. I saved that person. And now he's going back to his grandchildren. Or maybe now he's going back to his son's wedding. That in itself is satisfying. So one thing we take away from that is you should know why you are pursuing your career. You should be able to define it in words. You shouldn't just be up here. It's good to do it for money, yeah? It's also good to do it for other reasons, but you should have a reason that will never fade away. Like Brother Adam was saying, one of his careers that he wanted to pursue was in petrochemical engineering. But when he noticed that companies were going broke, he had to change. And then he finally found something that was more fulfilling. So you might go through different paths, and in all those paths, the final destination, make sure that you have a reason for why you are doing that. And as for Christians, those reasons should be holy reasons, should be reasons within the confines of the message. There should be reasons that are biblical, right? And as such, we're going to give the next speaker some time.
Wonderful summary. Let's applaud for Peter. He brought all the key points for those who missed the first part, because so far we have been receiving a lot of good information and we enjoy it. We can't complain. Are you complaining of being here? All right, now we're going to have a hot topic. Most of us here are students, or we're students, or are planning to become students. We have a very good school in Texas, here in Houston Community College. And we're going to have Mr. Nitty. I'm going to give him the chance to introduce himself, his full name, his credential, and speak more about the opportunity that we have with the school. And I really want you to pay attention. He's going to be there to answer all your questions concerning the immigration statute of F1 student in the U.S., especially for Houston Community College. Let's applaud for Mr. Nitty.
Can you all hear me? Before I go into the immigration topic, I'd like to know who in the audience. I'd like to know where you're from. How many of y'all are F1 student? Great. How many of y'all not on F1 status? Great. So I can see many of y'all are different parts of the world. I'd like to know where you're from. So let me see whether I can connect with you. Where are you from? Zimbabwe. They speak English, I think. Yeah, they do. How about you? Here, Texas. Texas. Where are you from? Congo. Parlez français, no? Oui.
Kenya.
This is from Congo too. Congo. Parlez français. Muy bien.
From Congo. Congo.
We got more Congolese here. Congo too. What about you, ma'am? Angola. Bom dia. Good. And you? Angola. Bom dia. Congo. French, you know? Good.
Texas.
Texas?
Texas. Vietnam.
Vietnam. Xin chào. Where are you from? Huh? Huh? Angola. Parlez français. Oui. That's what powered me every day. So today I'm come in front of you. I want to thank Pastor Zoe and Sandra for inviting me here. My work is to work with all of you to shape the dream through one path called immigration. If you look at the US immigration, it's very straightforward. If you choose to do otherwise, that's where the problem comes. But if you follow the steps, it's very straightforward. I've known this because I've been doing this for 21 years. I met students from almost 170 different countries. And almost 99.999%, that's the engineering term, are successful. And they move on to do great things. I think you got some perfect examples here. Our professor from Kenya, Matt, didn't happen by itself. You have to work hard for it. Nothing just comes from the sky and drops on you. You have to work. But the gift is you have the gift. You have the ability to make the difference. So that's what it is. So I'm here to share with you what HEC does. It's in my area of all things considered immigration. Because students come from all over the world, applies through HEC. It's a very straightforward process. If you're on a different immigration status, also I can walk with you what are the steps. And you are here on an F1, there's only one thing you have to do. Go to school full time. Don't mess with it. Because every student who have fulfilled that dream, today they are very successful. I got a friend from Pakistan, came here, studied in Minnesota at the time. Today they got a, what they call a cricket field named after him in Canada. It doesn't happen by itself. It's because you propelled it, nobody else. You worked hard for it. And that's what it is. So that's what I want to set the stage. I don't work for the US Immigration. I work for Houston Community College. When you make a mistake, I don't call the federal officer, look, this is a student. Doesn't matter to me. Because the mistakes you make today, hopefully will be the learning lesson for you to move that and become better. That's the reason why I said 99.9999, that's 100%, correct? That's the engineering term. Students I met in my journey have become successful. I want to use the word successful in a very beautiful way because you worked hard. And that thing that you worked hard, not even an immigration officer can take that away from you. It belongs to you. You earned it, and it'll take you everywhere in the world. The people I met in my life are the people I'm seeing you today. You're the one who is inspiring this work. So I enjoy doing this every day. But you hardly see me because I don't do the day-to-day work. I got 9 DSOs. I'm sure you all know the term DSOs, am I right? They are the one who manages you every day. But if you don't manage yourself, what is going to happen? You fall out of status. So it's you that's going to make this journey. You, your friends, your family are the one who is going to guide you and inspire you to make this happen. So before I go into the details, any question for me? You can ask me any question. As I said, many times I hear, did I say something to Niti? Will I get into trouble? As I said, I know all the federal agents have my cell number, but it's not my job to tell them anything. Even you make a mistake, I tell you, you know what, better grow up. Better learn from it. But you continue making mistakes, I don't do anything. The agents will do their job. Look, they also have a responsibility. That's what they're federal agents. Their job is, if you don't follow the law, that's their job. If you follow everything, they even tell me, they don't just go, hey, are you from where? I'm going to take you. No, they also have their life to do. They also have to manage the system of the law. So if you work hard, if you go to school, F1 is very basic. You go to school and maintain 12 credit hours, period. That's for the undergraduate degree. If you're in the graduate school, it's 6 credit hours. And then if you're in the doctoral program, it's much more flexible. There's a cost you have to fulfill. Each path from an associate degree to a bachelor's degree to a master's degree, each path have an OPT options. I'm sure you all heard the word, optional practical training. So if you finish in associate degree, you will be able to enjoy 1 year of OPT. If you finish a bachelor's degree in STEM, you get 3 years of OPT. I'm using the word STEM. You get 3 years, 2 plus 1. And then you move on to master's, you get another 1 more year, you get PhD. But by the time, I can tell you, many employers are already paying attention to you already because of your skill sets, because of the value that you bring, the work ethics that you have. Because in my research, in my doctoral research, the biggest gift or the biggest DNA that you bring here is only one. Can anyone guess? One DNA that what you bring here. That's what propels you to do what you're doing every day. Purpose. Pardon? Courage. Very good. Interest. Anyone? Curiosity. Money. Huh? Success. It's one motivation. That's what you bring every day. No. Huh? Goal. It's self-motivation. If you don't have the self-motivation, nothing works. Correct? If you don't wake up in the morning, hey, better wake up. So it's your motivation is what propels you every day. That's what keeps you who you are. And the data shows almost 99.9999% is a self-motivation. It's brought you to where you are. If you see your fellow brothers and sisters around the US who are successful, that's what the employers want. Hey, tomorrow be at work at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock? Yes, sir, I'll be there. Or yes, ma'am, I'll be there. Correct? Once you start showing that attitude, what is going to be the success? It's you, nobody else. And the other thing, you can have dream, you can have all the things, but if you don't work hard towards getting that, you will never get that at all. Correct? So when you're hungry, I can't eat for you, correct? That's how the journey is. You have to do that. So here, basically what I have here is all on the website. I don't want to bring a PowerPoint because I'm going to create another set of work. Oh, I don't see it. I don't see. Sorry. Is the Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I wanted to be here. It's easier. I'm surprised I can't. Oh, there. Can you go back and see? There's one area. There you go. I got it. Oop. So basically what you have is, just go right here. I am an international student. And that's it. It takes you to my site. This is a site that I manage for the entire Houston Community College. Right? So if you want to be a student, whatever, all the informations are right here. And you can connect with us virtually anywhere from around the world. So this is our office hours, and we do have a virtual lobby that opens 9 to 6, Monday to Thursday, and Friday 8 to 5. And in my team, we do have team members who speaks English, Spanish, Farsi, Vietnamese, Malayalam, Bahasa, Hindi, Russian, Bulgarian. What else am I missing? Portuguese, I speak little, but we will get some students. We have student ambassadors who speak Portuguese, Mandarin, Chinese, and Vietnamese. So if we don't know how to speak your language, we'll try our best to collect from our student body to assist you. And then on the website, can you see powered by Google Translate? It's intentional, so you can click that and get your languages, translate all the information. It's another way to help you rather than keep translating with a translator. I think the Google Translate is not 100% correct. I can say about 80% is correct. So that's how your idea is to come to United States to pursue everything English. So we are setting you up in that language to prepare you and then take you into the language. Because I know many students from Latin America, that's from Portuguese-speaking Brazil, and rest is Spanish. And many parts of Africa, the common languages is either English, in East Africa is Swahili, North Africa is Arabic, West Africa is French, some Portuguese, and that's basically the common theme in Africa. And then you have many other languages that I picked up. One, Wolof from West Africa, Nangadev is how are you? That's the West African language spoken there. So, but the common languages is what I heard: French, Swahili, English, Arabic is the common theme that runs. And then you got about 800 different languages spoken in Africa. But we can't do that, but the Google Translate be able to provide that service for you. So that's your first thing. All my team members that reports to me do not work for the Department of Homeland Security. We work for Houston Community College. Whatever you share with us, one thing, if you're a threat to yourself or threat to the community, then it's the job of us to call 911. Otherwise, you can tell anything on everything. We listen and say, you know what, this is what your steps are. That's basically our job, is to be your servant and tell you what you need to do in the steps that you fulfill. All right? So then you can go to these tiles. You can see that that OIS email is read by everybody, including me. But there'll be someone who will respond to you. I can tell you for the fall semester alone that's coming up, fall 23, we got close to 10,000 students are waiting to come in. 10,000 students applying. And I can tell you about 3,000 will make it due to various reasons. One could be visa, financial reasons, and then family reasons could not come. But these are the people who are in our pipeline. And we try our best. If you complete the application in a time limit, if you complete, our business process is 10 business days, we'll review and issue the I-20. You all know the word I-20? I'm sure some of you all know. That's our responsibility. If you delay that, and that's what get delayed. So this is our business process. Within 10 business days, if you complete the application every step of the way, and we are the only, I don't want to say this because I want to promote HEC, no. I see the national trend. We are the only community college in the country. We have our own internal application. We don't have to apply through what we call the common app. Every state have it, and you don't go through that. It's one of the most difficult applications to complete. So we worked with our IT team to set the application. It's called internal. There is only 9 steps. Complete it, submit. And then you upload the checklist. That's basically it is. Because if you don't complete the checklist, by you saying, the moment you submit, you will get an acknowledgement letter from the chancellor saying that, hey, you are conditionally accepted. But you have to complete the rest of the document. High school completion, financial document, whatever you say. And you said you already done some work in your home country. If you want any credits, you have to go through an evaluator, independent evaluator that HEC doesn't have. You get that evaluated, and that's where you get your credit earned from wherever you are from, in Africa, Latin America, because HEC's credit earned can travel with you anywhere in the world, not only in the US, because the accreditation is the same. Every accreditation that HEC public and state system gets, so as HEC. It's the same accreditation. So any credit you earn from HEC can travel with you around the world. You can take that credit and go to Europe, go to Asia, go to Africa, because it's the same accreditation. But there will be the challenges is, in many parts of Africa that I know of, Your high school determines which path you're going. Engineering, medical. In the US, you don't have that path because the bachelor's degree determines whether you can go to medical school or law school or architectural school. Whereas in many parts of Africa, Asia, Latin America, after high school, you pretty much got your path to go wherever you want. So some of the credits you earn may not have applicability towards your degree. That's where the challenge is. Some people may have done some engineering work in some parts of Africa, and they want to come here. You're welcome to transfer, but in the associate path, the credit earned may have no applicability. I want to use the word no applicability for the associate degree, but have more applicability at the bachelor's degree. Remember, there are two levels. It's called lower level and upper level. It's very important to know in the United States, anyone who wants to earn a bachelor's degree, that is lower level and upper level. And here's some of the challenges I learned. I want to be an engineer. Why do I have to take art? I have no value. Why do I have to take this class called history? There is no value. And then you get frustrated and you don't do well. And then you come and tell my DSO, sir, I will not get a good grade in this class. My GPA will go down. But there is a reason though. There is 7 what we call compartment of earning your bachelor's degree. It's called arts, science, analytical, and there are 4 other reasons. These 7 reasons, if you look back in your own journey, they will play a big role. As an engineer, you will never be engineer forever. At some point, you get bored what you're doing. You might be the best engineer in the world. After the data shows, after 5 to 7 years, you feel like, you know what? Gee, I've been doing this every day, getting up, going to work. I'm getting bored. That's where the other areas that you're exposed to will play a role in your journey. And you ask any successful person, and that's what, if you don't tweak after 5, 7 years in what you're doing, even how good you are, you're going to get bored. It's going to happen it happened to me 3 times. You know, I thought I got it. No, I get so excited, and then year 5, I'm feeling like, gee, getting up from the bed is becoming a monotonous work, because you know you're not feeling very comfortable in what you're doing. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you on your steps. That's what you're exposed to, the 7 different areas to earn the US bachelor's degree. You could be a BA or BS in engineering, BA or BS in science, whatever it's that. And then you go into master's, and then you go into the doctoral program. All right? Any question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello. Yes, so I'm an international student at HCC doing business. And actually, I had a question related to CPT and OPT. I would like to know the difference between those 2 documents. And also, I would like to know, as seniors, if, for instance, someone want to do an internship or any work, when it's at the verge of finishing his journey with HCC, how many times can he apply actually for any of those 2, like CPT or OPT? And if for instance, he has already applied once, when he will be at the university, will he still apply? So I would like some clarification about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I'm going to answer a question in a different way, all right? Oh, sorry. So if you look at this information, we have the question that, what's your name? Josh.
Yes.
I'll show you on my screen. Because you can always go back and refer them. So if you're a new student, Oh, it's not moving anywhere. Am I missing anything? There you go. So, these are the three populations that we get on a regular basis. New student, if you read these steps, it's very straightforward for students from anywhere in the world who go through this process. For new student and change of status student, we are the only institution in the country that offers a free workshop. Free, basically. And that's easily will cost you 10 grand if you work with an attorney. And we walk with you free, step by step. When you click into the new international student, it will tell you all the steps how to complete the application. Transfer students are basically those who are within the United States are planning to transfer. Change of status, or students who are coming from different visa categories. When you click in, there will be one step for you to, before you go and complete your application, there is a workshop. So these are all the steps. And then one of the things that you have to do as part of completing this is to attend a 2 hours workshop. And that workshop easily can cost you 10 grand. And we are doing it with 2 members of my team to walk with you every step of the way to complete the I-539, that's the change of status document, and then you submit that to USCIS for approval. Once that is done, you get your F1 status. Remember, the F1 status you get from your home country, you get a stamp on your passport saying it's F1, and the duration, depending on the country, could be 1 year, could be 6 months, or could be 5 years, or depending on the duration of your I-20. All right? So that's basically on the admission process. Now I'm going to answer the question that he asked me about OPT and CPT. So here, you go into current student, you can see all that information that you need. So it's called F1 employment. So now you have apply for CPT, curricular practical training, apply for optional practical training. In HEC, we don't issue CPT on a regular basis. The reason is you're only earning an associate degree. 1. The second step is, depending on the associate degree you're applying, in the academic catalog, it will explain to you exactly how to earn and complete that associate degree. In that degree, if there is a CPT required, mostly it's called internship is required, I'm using the word required to complete that associate degree, then you're eligible for CPT. If there is an alternate class to fulfill that degree path, you're not eligible for CPT. All right? So CPT is only for a short duration. If you are eligible, it's only for the particular semester. It's usually going to be 16 weeks. You cannot extend it beyond that. You cannot get another CPT in the associate degree unless you're pursuing another associate degree that requires you to have the CPT. Are you with me? All right. And then the next one is optional practical training. Every student that completes an associate degree is eligible. I want to use the word is eligible for the optional practical training. It's 1 year. It's a ticking clock hours. Starts on January, if you are January 1st, ends on December 31st. You can't extend it. Depending on when you finish your program, you get exactly 12 months. That's optional. I want to use the word optional practical training. Are you with me? And then when you move up to the bachelor's degree with universities, then you're eligible, depending on the degree. If you're on the STEM degree, you're eligible for 1 + 2 years of OPT. Also, depending on the degree path you're pursuing, you're also eligible for CPT. Important to know, but you only can do the CPT to the maximum of 11 months in the bachelor's degree. Only 11 months. If you go 12 months, you lose the OPT option. So know this very well. And I'm sure your DSO will explain this. I'm giving you an overview. So if you are in the bachelor's program, it's much more flexible. Depending on the program, they already have a co-op education with a couple of companies already lined up for you. Depending mostly in the, computer science and MIS programs, most of the schools in the universities already have a company lined up. You just go there for the time period and gain some experience, and also they'll pay you for it. But do not exceed beyond 11 months. Then you lose your OPT. Right? Did I answer your question? You got a clarity? Wonderful. Thank you, Josh. Yes?
So I've got a follow-up question on the OPT.
Sure.
So do the 11 months need to be successive, or just in general, in your 4 years, your CPT needs to be less than 11 months, or it has to be successive? Like,
no. Good question. For associate degree, the CPT is only depending on the course. You're taking a summer course, will be less. But taking a spring 16 weeks, the CPT only will be 16 weeks based on the class you're taking. And then if you're taking in spring, it's the same thing. Some students do enroll in 12 weeks class, so CPT only will be 12 weeks. So if you move up to the bachelor's program, you only get one more CPT, depending on the degree path. Are you following me? And then if you go up to master's, it's the same thing. You don't want to exceed more than 11 months doing CPT. For OPT, depending on your degree, is 1 + 2. For master's, you don't have that. It's only for the bachelor's level. All right. Got it? All right. Any other question? Yes?
So for the college here in Houston, the Houston Community College, do they teach you stuff about electricity or stuff like that?
What's your name? David. Hey, David. You ask a question that what community college meant for. That's what the design of community college called workforce skills. Anyone and everyone. That's one thing I want to tell you. This model only exists in the United States. No other country have this model. It's called the US Community College. So you can come after completing high school and pursue your dream in whichever path. You can go on academic, like what David asked. You can also go on trade skills, because once you finish a trade skill, you are certified to be an electrician. You get the state board licensing, plumbing, HVAC. You can go on that path as well. But that path is not a degree path. All right? So HEC welcomes anyone and everyone to pursue. And I'm sure Wharton Community College also have that model. Every single community college have, that's the whole design. And then the academic part. If you go on the academic path, you're basically going to university. The beautiful gift of a community college is 3 things. 1, smaller classroom. You're not going to, that's not only in HEC, not only in Wharton, it's across all community colleges in the country. Smaller classroom. Second, only faculty can teach the class. Not, right, what you call teaching assistant. Nobody else can teach, only qualified faculty. And the third is your tuition. I can tell you this, and I've done this. You can take the first year in HEC or Wharton or St. Jack and do the first year in University of Houston. I can tell you, you will save easily close to about $7,000 to $10,000. I'm not selling car. I'm telling you the truth. You can go do the research. You go out of state tuition. F1 students are not eligible for in-district, what we call for community college. You're not eligible. You take the out-of-state tuition for 1 year in HEC, it's about 5,000. I'm using the word tuition only. The same 1 year at University of Houston for out-of-state is close to 12 to 14,000 or more. So that is your saving. The first year and second year financial saving. So your 3 tangible benefits of going to a community college. And I'm sure we have a faculty who just presented this morning. By the time you finish your first few days, you know you by first name, am I right? So you don't miss classes. I'm telling you, F1 students, please do not miss your class. The faculty will know you, and then you come and complain to my DSO, you know what, sir? My computer break down, my car break down, I didn't attend classes for about 3-4 weeks. What will happen? Suspended. And then you blame the rest of the world. Here's the common theme. Sir, nobody told me what to do. I'm an international student. What does that mean? What did you tell at the US consulate? I'm going to school. Am I right? You didn't tell other thing. You didn't tell I'm going to fall in love. Correct? Yes, sir. I'm telling you because I've been in the industry for 21 years as I'm an international student. Nobody's helping me. Nobody told me I have to go to school. Really? I think some of you have met me in the orientation. That's what I present. I drive this message. You have to be in school. Tell your faculty that you're missing classes. Tell your faculty you're falling in love. Nothing wrong with it. But please attend class. It's so important. As an F1, if you don't attend class, I can't do anything. At the end of the semester, I got 2 members in my team will terminate you. At that point, I can't do it. That's a federal requirement. Just in spring, I terminated 78 F1 students. You know why? Did not attend school. I feel so bad. Why? What happened? At that time, oh no, sir, I didn't like the class. Did you tell the faculty? You're telling me at the end of the semester, it's all over. Then you have to apply for reinstatement. That's minimum $500. Now, I know you don't want to spend that money, am I right? So that's what I'm trying to explain to you every time. This is so important to be in school full-time for the duration of your status. Remember in your I-94, you get DS. What does that mean? Duration of status while going to school. If you don't attend classes, the DS will be automatically revoked. You revoked it, not the federal government, because you did not attend class. All right, I got my time up. Thank you. Any other question? Please.
All right, it's a question that was asked to me by someone. So basically what the question is, we have a student, international student that are enrolled in college, and sometimes due to financial difficulties, they have to drop out of college. But the reason being, based on financial difficulties, because usually when they're in college, sometimes they require them to work in college, and what they make is not enough to cover for tuition and academic fee. So what would be the good advice for someone who's going through some hardship, financial difficulties, but is still self-motivated and want to pursue the education?
Great question. We do have that option. It's not on the screen. Every F1 student, when you travel to the United States, you share with us the financial document that you got the money to go to school. We only ask in HEC for 1 year. We don't ask that beyond. But after the first year, you still have financial struggles. There are 3 options for you. You can check with HEC Foundation. They may have scholarship money. It's purely based on need, not merit. Purely, we have given, like in the COVID time, I distributed close to $117,000. With no question asked, I distributed that money to all F1 students as long they can show me they got receipts for paying their car, food, groceries, no money for tuition. Rent, we paid. We helped close to 700 students based on that income, that money that I got. Even today, you are having some financial struggle, do check the foundation, HEC Foundation. They may offer you need-based money based on your needs. The second one is your academic involvement. And campus involvement, you'll be pleasantly surprised. I know a couple of international students do involve in the student government. They do get honorarium. It's easy money. Being involved in the leadership board, you make money. And then on-campus employment. It's not easy, but I know there's one student here, he's already working in Central Campus in the office of the dean. There, right there, he's from Angola. Sorry, Equatorial Guinea, pardon. See? And the third one, it's called the federal benefit called economic hardship. Depending on the country you're coming from, things do change. You know, medical costs in your home country, your father had some your sponsor had major problem. Then you work with your DSO and apply called economic hardship. You're showing them that there is a real financial struggle. Then you apply to the USCIS. If they approve it, you can work for 1 year outside the campus. You can earn, I know some students have applied that. That's called the economic hardship. So there are 3 options available, and that information falls under F1, and then you take this information and talk to your DSO. Every student in HEC already have an assigned DSO. If you don't know your DSO, look at your I-20, and that is your primary person, because all our F1 students is based on Alpha DSO. All right? There's one more. Last question. Here you go. Can you sit here?
So I've noticed this problem between students, including myself, where academic, what's that? AS, academic, associate degree, and the associate degree in science, we are most of the students I know on that status, we are concerned about our credits transferring to another university after completing the 2 years. So we're concerned about if all the credits are going to be applicable to the other universities. Because I talked to an academic advisor about it, and he said there's a possibility that not everything is going to be transferred. So I just want to hear about that.
Very good questions about your academic planning. Per HEC's design and Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board design, every credit you'll earn from any community colleges in Texas will transfer. But the challenge is depending on the degree program you're planning to take. If you said, I want to go to UT Dallas or UT Austin or U of H, if you're going on the path of engineering, and there are multiple engineering degrees, you said, at the time when you came to HEC, you know what, I want to be a mechanical engineer and I want to transfer to U of H. So from then on, what the academic advisor will do is, will correspond all your courses aligning to U of H mechanical engineering program. So every classes you take at HEC will transfer. So, but then you said, you know what, I'm not sure I want to be a mechanical engineer, I want to be a civil, whatever engineering degree you end up going, 98% of your credit will transfer. Some credits will not transfer depending on the university you're planning to go. If you know that from the very beginning, all your credits will transfer towards the degree. And then if you change your degree path, then you lose credit. Doesn't mean that the credit you have gained, you might not apply towards the degree, the final degree you're completing. But almost 90 to 95%, 98%, your credit will transfer because each university, for the degree earned, they have their own requirement. Every university, if you go out of state, you may lose a little bit more. And if you go to private university, you lose a little bit more because all of them, what we call core classes. You have to meet the core requirement to transfer. That's what they allow you to earn their degree. So like AS, AAS, and AA have a certain set, like 64 credits you earn from HEC. 60 or 64. So that's the credit you earn. Doesn't mean the next school will take all the credits towards their degree program. You're just transferring to get a general degree. Yes, all applies. You're planning to transfer to a bachelor's degree in engineering, bachelor's degree in accountancy, bachelor's degree in mathematics. What do you want to do? You want to start that from a very beginning, and then what does the academic advisor do at HEC? Will mirror their bachelor's program and guide you to take all that classes towards that bachelor's degree. And that's what at some point they'll tell you, you may have some deficiency, and that's what you end up taking at the community college at HEC. Finish that and then transfer to your 4-year school. So you'll save more money in getting your 3rd year and your 4th year degree. All right? So if you are still unsure about it, come and see me in my office at HEC. I'll work with an academic advisor to guide you. We will provide that service. All right? How many of y'all from HEC? I didn't ask that question. Cool. So you don't see me in the office, you'll see the DSO. You can always ask for West Niti. I will show up. All right? Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. I wish you the very success. Sorry.
No problem, Mr. Niti. We appreciate you. We want you to stay if you don't mind. We have just a box of appreciation for the wonderful job that you're doing. Yes. You passed the class. And we keep your statue. We keep your statue as well.
I can keep my status.
Exactly. We need an official picture with Mr. Niti. Where's Joseph? Oh, who has the camera? Oh.
Pastor Zoe is our DSO, man. He'll sign our I-20s too. What do you think? I'm cool.
Pass the class. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, man. No problem.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, man.
All right. How many have appreciated that? There is one thing that Brother Varnum say about great men. He said when you are among them, they make you feel like you are greater than them. They are so humble. When I was listening to his background, I said, wow, he became my friend. Yeah, I became his DSO. What a beautiful, what a privilege. What, Brother Peter? Good information for you and the rest?
Yeah, a lot of golden nuggets to pick out of there. And one interesting thing that I found was self-motivation. He said it is the DNA you bring.
Exactly.
You know, you need to be self-motivated, you know, to do your studies, you know, to submit your assignments on time, you know, to manage your time appropriately. And this goes hand in hand with what Brother Adam taught us earlier on about self-esteem, high self-esteem, one of the 3 characteristics that helped him to make it. So be self-motivated to attend all your classes and keep your status.
That's very important. Thank you. Keep your be in your class. Come to class. Like Paul say, forsake not. Come at church. So now that you get all those degrees, you start making money. It's very important to know how to manage the money. Financial literacy. I'm going to invite Sister Lara to introduce her people.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, for those who don't know me, my name is Lara Akintola. Okay, so I have my mentors here. I'm so honored today to have them here because you don't just see them, you know. And I won't take much time. they've already been here for a long time. So let me just give me the opportunity to introduce my mentor and trainer to you, Mrs. Buki Eyikogbe. She holds a bachelor in business administration, has helped a lot of families in our community. She's very passionate about our mission of no family left behind. And please, I want you to be attentive, take notes, and then she'll be able to answer all your questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. So you can all see my name there. My name is Bukola. I'm a senior marketing director, and I have a passion for what I do. And I have my team here. I have Mr. Suji here. Can you stand up, Mr. Suji? He's part of my team. Yeah, and Miss Sheyi Ibrahim too. She's part of the team. Thank you for coming. Yeah. So we are here today to educate you and to teach you. And I want to ask one question. How many of you want to be financially free? I know. I want to be free too, because I like money. So that's why we're here today, to teach you, to lecture you, to give you instances of how we've helped people, and how we use our platform to educate people, to teach people, and to help them know how to be financially free. Most of us work 24 hours, in a day. We don't have rest, we don't have savings, we don't plan for the future. We just take our paychecks, we depend on it, we don't have any extra. In case of any eventuality, where do you fall back to? So that's why we are here. And because my big boss is here, I want her to talk more about it. Miss Sheyi, come over, please.
Hello, everyone. Okay, first of all, I'm not your boss. We are partners. I'm so glad to be here. Like she said, my name is Oluseyi Ibrahim. First of all, I want to applaud us. Youth, we are doing so wonderful. I am so impressed. I didn't get to know this. I would have brought my son, bring everybody just to come and learn. Pastor, you are doing so wonderful, because these are our future. Yeah, I see a lot of people with a lot of degrees doing so wonderful. Yeah, I'm so impressed. And it's part of what we do too. We're on a financial literacy campaign to educate our people, especially our community, when it comes to finances. Because a lot of us, we learn. I'm not going to talk too much about what we do, because I want to give room for us to ask questions, okay? So I remember before I left Nigeria, actually I'm from Nigeria, we are from Nigeria. We are all Africa, by the way. So I remember before I left to this country, I thought when I get here, I'm just going to be plugging money at the back of my head. But when we got here, reality set in. Some of us, we've been doing so wonderful from where we came from, but by the time we got here, you have to start all over again. And then all I see, they tell us do everything, become nurse, engineer, doctor. I've sat in front of so many professionals, but guess what? All we do is trade time for money. And the question I ask myself, actually I asked my husband, when is he going to stop? Because he's been in this country for over 40 years. Trust me, when it comes to degree, you enter my house, you will see a lot of pictures. But I asked myself, when is he going to stop? And you know the answer? He told me, he said, the way this country is set up, if you don't plan for the future, you're going to pay bills till you die. And you know we Christians, I started rejecting it in Jesus' name. But in reality, that is what is going to happen if you don't plan for your future. Okay, I don't want to take much of our time, because I want it to be very interactive, okay? So can we, okay. Oh, no. not. So, like we were saying, we are financial advisors, individual agent. We work with a lot of providers, which is insurance company in the United States, Nationwide, Prudential, Aetna, Transamerica, Pacific Life, name them. We represent over 90 of them in the United States because we have options with our license to satisfy our client, okay? And then we teach on insurance, which I know some of us, especially we that we came from Africa, when we hear insurance, some of us, we don't even want to. Okay. So when we hear insurance, we don't even want to actually hear that name. Some will say, is it about life insurance? I'm not ready to die. It's not my portion in Jesus' name. It's not my portion too because I'm a Christian. But in reality, trust me, there are things that are necessary, not luxury. And that's the reason why we are here. Okay, so we educate on a lot of things. Retirement plan, life insurance, annuity, executive bonus plans for business owners, will and living trust, anything that has to do with finance, we help our clients with, okay? And then we have 3 types of life insurance here. And before I actually start, do we have better understanding on insurance? Yeah, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have 3 types of life insurance, okay? We have term. Actually, I would say 2. But because the other 3 falls under 1, right? So I would say 2, term and permanent. Sometimes when we hear life insurance, most people are confused. Some will say, I have this. Until we sit with you, we won't be able to educate you on what you have. Because a lot of people have life insurance that is not beneficial at all. And that is where we come in as financial advisor. So the term, just like the name implies, is temporary. You can get 10, 20 years, 15 years. The maximum is 30 years. And it's very, very affordable. I mean, it's cheap, okay? But we call it, I call it death insurance. The only time you cannot have access to the money because you are the insured. So the only time your family has access to the money is when you die, when you are gone, okay? So I tell people, I said, okay, if all we know is all about term insurance, what about if I'm alive, something happens to me? As a matter of fact, let me tell you a story of a lady. May her soul rest in peace. She got $1 million term life insurance, okay? And then when she got it, thinking she already have something, but she fell sick. She had $1 million. The family was asking, hey, what kind of life insurance? I said, no, she has time because she said that was what she could afford. Because at that time, the life insurance was meant to pay after she died. But now she's very, very sick. She wasn't able to do anything. But as God would have it, she died eventually, but the $1 million was paid to her family. Thank God at least she did have something. But the question is, what about if she has something that can be beneficial to her when she living? Maybe she would have lived, okay? So, and I'm not condemning time because we do it. I'm just saying that we educate on life and term insurance too for people to know how it can benefit them because, trust me, fingers are not equal. We do, like I said, we're on a financial literacy campaign. We sit in front of our client, know our client, and make sure we put protection in that home. That is all that matters, okay? And then we have some complaints, and that is where we come in too. We have some complaints that do term with living benefit. Actually, we educate people, especially our community. It's part of our campaign to make sure we create wealthy community. Because a lot of people, when it comes to insurance, they have no clue. I am so sorry to say that. When it comes to life insurance, there are so many benefits that comes with it. In fact, it will blow your imagination. It's so, so good that when we sit in front of you, know where you fall, and they're able to set you up, trust me, your life will never be the same again. Okay, so we have permanent life insurance. A lot of people will say, I've met with a lot of people, they will tell me, I have whole life. That is where we come in to differentiate, to let them know that we have permanent and whole life still fall under permanent. We have universal, you have whole life. So the point is, when we sit in front of you, we are able to identify what you have and then what kind of benefit they have. We won't be able to do all that here. And then you can ask questions as we go on, okay? So we have, well, there are so many things we can go through because we have short time, but I'm just going to explain what we have on board. We have something called HIUL, an insurance called HIUL, Index Universal Life. It's broad. Okay, there are 3 ways money grow, right? Investment, which I don't want to, is so much because Pastor already told us that we have limited time, so we won't be able to go into all that, but the IUL is called Index Universal Life. Have we heard of any index account before? Any index account? Oh Lord, okay. That is the reason why we are here. So we have 3 ways money grows. We have index, variable, and fixed all over the world. It doesn't matter where you save your money. You can sell in fixed, just like the name. The fixed is something that is fixed, right? Let me use people saving in the bank as an example. We know bank does not really offer good interest rate like that, but at least. But other people, they love that. So I always tell them, pay attention to inflation. That can hit your money up, right? And then we have variable, with people doing bitcoins, stock, bonds, and all that. I know we are youth. They love that. My son, in fact, he loves doing that. But I let him know that you can't invest all your money because it can give you heart attack. Today you make a lot of money, tomorrow your money is gone. We have cases of people going crazy because of that, okay? And then we have index account, which is the reason why we are here. Index gives you guaranteed return. A lot of people ask me, what is the difference between index, variable, and fixed? So index is the hybrid of both variable and fixed. You get all the advantage in variable and fixed in index. When it comes to index, let me give you like a little bit example on variable and index. So variable, you can make a lot of money. Let's say, for example, market is doing 30% interest rate. In index can be 20%, okay? Meaning you are not making as much as you make in variable. But when the market is down, it's nosediving, you can lose your money. But in index, you retain your gain. You lock in your gain because it has cap, okay? So if you need help on that, we can attend to you after the meeting. And then so if I now say that we have index universal life, you already know the kind of life insurance you are getting yourself into, meaning it has an investment and it's a life insurance. Does that make sense? Okay. So, and then with that kind of life insurance, there's something called living benefit. See, you see the tax-free, tax asset principle. We're going to run a simple illustration to show you how it works. But we have living benefits, something called living benefit in life insurance that covers you when you are chronically ill, critically ill, or terminally ill. Okay, this is the reason why we are here. Remember we said we are on financial literacy campaign. A lot of people, when I ask questions, okay, for example, let me ask you, sir, what's your name? Okay, so if we are talking about the having a financial literacy campaign, the first thing, tell me the first thing that if you really want to be financially free, tell me the first thing that comes to your mind.
Having more money.
Okay.
So that you can pay your bills.
Okay.
Good credit score.
Give me 5. You got it. Give me 5. Okay. Actually, the same answer everywhere I go. Same answer. But the question I ask people, after we run the race of life, you say you want money to be able to pay your bills. Have you ever thought of if anything happens to your ability to go make that money, what are you going to do?
Never thought about it.
That's the reason why we're here. Remember, we said we are on a financial literacy campaign to educate our community. Let me show you an example. Can we? Okay, I'm going to use this to explain the living benefit part of life insurance. You can see I have to take off the name, and I took permission from her before doing this, okay? So that I won't get sued, right? Okay, so this company is Transamerica, right? And this is a case of, can you scroll a bit? Okay, this is a case, because when she told me that we are going to have youth here, I said this is a good place to actually explain and do this. So this is a case of a 28 years old pharmacist. I got to meet her 2021. She's not married, doing so wonderful, vibrant lady. So I told her about insurance. She said, no, auntie, it's not for me. I'm not married. I don't have any responsibility. I'm just making my money. I said, okay, what about using your life? I asked her a question. I said, do you have a 401k? She said, yes. At work, she said, yes. I said, how much? She told me how much she was putting in. I said, okay, do you know how it works? She said, I said, okay, it's a variable account. You know your 401k, if we are familiar with it. Of course, it's a retirement plan, traditional retirement plan. You have it, you save in it, and then you retire with it. But it doesn't really work like that because it's a variable account. So meaning when you are contributing, it's called tax defer, you don't pay tax, but when you're about to take your money out, the IRS will be on you. We can talk about it after, but just to be brief, so that I won't be taking too much of our time. So I said, okay, if you do the same thing, there's something in life insurance that is called cash value. So I'm just advising you, let's use your life insurance to grow your retirement plan, because you are telling me right now you don't need it, you're not married, you don't have any responsibility. Okay, let's use it to set up your retirement plan. I said, because any money you grow in your life insurance is tax-free. That was what caught her attention, and that was why she did this. But the kind of life insurance I structured for her has cash value, living benefit, and death benefit. Okay? So we set it up 2021. I got a call October last year, October 27. She was diagnosed with cancer. Trust me, when they told me, this lady, she was just 28 then. I believe she should be 29, 30 now. I cried. She's so sweet. She's so sweet, doing so wonderful. So when the family told me, I said, okay, the kind of life insurance we structured for her has living benefit. Just get me her medical record. I'm going to submit the claim to the insurance company. This is the time to take action on living benefit. They could not believe it, because sometimes when we talk to people about this, sometimes they tell us it's scam. Okay? And the question I ask them, are we not paying car insurance? Because it's mandatory, we have to pay it. I don't pray to have an accident, but I have it. Some of us, we pay health insurance, right? I don't pay to be going to the hospital, but you have to have it. Because in case of any eventuality, you put that risk on the insurance. The same thing protecting ourselves. That owns all those things, right? So fast forward. Can you go up a little bit? Go up. So I submitted the claim. Fast forward. April 20, the claim was approved. In fact, I was the happiest person on earth because I called her. They said she was sleeping. I said, okay, I'll call back. She said, no. When I broke the news to the family, they said, this came at the right time because now she couldn't afford, after she came back from the hospital, she couldn't afford her rent. So they had to move her to the sister's house. She could not work again. The sister had to take care of her. The sister could not work. It's only the husband that is working. She said, they have spent everything they have. That this is coming at the right time. I said, the claim has been approved. But let me talk to her. I called to her. She said, Auntie, I think I'm going to be okay now. I think I'm going to be okay now. So fast forward. She was approved of critical illness. Remember, I said living benefit covers critical, chronic, and terminal. So hers is critical. Go down. Okay, so if we go up, up. Down. Yeah. Further down. Yeah. This is the check you can see, based on the factors in the rider form, the accelerated benefit amount you will receive is, this is the check I delivered 3 weeks ago to this family. And as you can see, she still have remaining of over 500,000 because I did $1 million for her. That is how to have financial independence. Because everybody, I tell people when we go out, even though I know we are youth, but we are creating awareness. Because I see all of us, we love life. But guess what? We need to protect our ability to make money. It gives us peace of mind. When you are running the race of life, life can happen to anybody. But when it happens, what do we have to fall back to? This has changed the family's life. She asked me, Auntie, you mean the company is giving it? I said, yes. So what can I do for you? I said, don't do anything. Get well. By God's grace, she's doing wonderful now. I said, get well and tell your story to people so that you can put this protection in every home. Remember, we are trying to create wealthy community whereby I have. If anything happens, there's no more go for me. And it has so much benefit. Remember, our intention was for retirement, but maybe it wasn't even up to 2 years. Life happens to her. When she's okay, she's going to be following me everywhere to tell her story because people need to hear from her. And that is the living benefit part of life insurance. I don't want to take much of our time. I'm going to stop here because I want it to be very interactive. I know some of us, we have a lot of questions to ask. Feel free to ask me any question. We are here for you. Okay? Do we have questions?
Let us clap hands for her. So we're going to have some time for some questions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have a question?
Yeah, let's take the question and then we can...
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very informative. I've actually ran into this before, and I thought it was a scam.
You said what?
I've ran into life insurance before, and I definitely thought it was a scam. But thanks for shedding some light on that.
I'm happy to hear that. Your name?
Antoine.
Anthony?
Yes.
Antoine. Oh, okay.
Anthony works.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I like when people share their thoughts. Yeah. You have any other question?
Yes. So my question is, you mentioned the traditional 401k, right? With corporate companies, you get a match from your company, and I guess that's that's the incentive for you to wait
Mhm.
to take it out after you retire. But how would that work with the life insurance policy? Would the company still give you a match or like, you know?
Wonderful question. I love that. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to run just a basic illustration to explain briefly what. Okay, so how old are you? Sorry if I may ask.
24.
Okay, 24. Let's do 24. I'm going to run illustration on you, okay? I'll pretend as if you are my client right now. Okay, so 24, Texas, male. Just basic, okay? Let's say 500,000, okay? Let's say $500,000. Oh, go back. Sorry, go back 500. Don't change. Then, okay, you can change. Okay, then monthly, the premium, basic. Yeah, just basic. Okay, so let's assume you have 401k. So how much, let's say every of your paycheck, how much do you think that goes into your 401k every month?
About 7% of my salary.
Which is how much?
I don't want to say it out here, but
No, just no, you don't have to be precise. I just need a
Oh,
figure
okay.
to be able to run this.
let's say $200.
Thank you. Okay, so for for me to get you $500,000, it's going to be with living benefit and cash value, it's going to be $233. But because I'm sitting in front of you as my client, so because I'm getting to know my client and my client cannot afford this, so I need to go back a little bit, right? Bring it down to $350. Okay, good. Then how much? Okay, so your 350 is going to be 163 every month. The first thing you said is with the insurance company, are they going to be matching? I want to answer with this. When you put your $200 in 401k every month, remember, all you got is your 200,000 and whatever they are matching with it, right? Every month, if the market is good. But if you invest in the same amount of money here and you get approved, the first thing you have $300,000 coverage with living benefits. So meaning first month, if anything happens to you, you know something got you. Right?
Yep.
Then secondly, if nothing happens, you are good with your health, you're doing wonderful. So I'm going to apply the same $200 instead of 163, right, to this policy. Okay, so this is how it grows. Okay, this is the growth. This is the death benefit. The death benefit. Okay, you can see it's 351. The policy value from year one is $1,438. Okay, and then you have your death benefit with living benefit because you are trying to use this as your retirement instead of.
Right.
And like I said, the first thing that comes to your mind, you have life insurance with living benefit. Meaning if anything happens to you, the same amount of money, you are using it to get more benefit than being in your 401k.
Right.
Number two, the policy value, at 25, the money start growing in your life insurance. But you can see cash surrender value, you don't have access to it.
Okay.
Then to answer your question, life insurance, they don't match, but they are giving you death benefit and living benefit, which your
Okay.
401k cannot do.
And is this the index
Growth.
This is the index, okay? Then second year, you have 2,981, but you don't have access to it. Some people, you can have access to your money from day one. Remember, if your complaint is matching 6, I've seen people doing 10%. So meaning they want to have more money. It's the same here. And if you want to do the same thing, because the policy is you are putting $200,000, right? You can decide to overfund. When you overfund, let's say maybe your income increases, you decide to be putting $500 in your account. Let me show you. Like somebody doing 2%, 4%, you decide to be doing 500 because you have a goal, right?
Yeah.
You want to retire with more money in your cash value, but you have the same death benefit and living benefit.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go. You're overfunding. Just like some people. Some people do 12% from their salary because they want more money in their retirement. You can see everything has changed. Policy value, year 1 is 4,909, but you don't have access. But year 2, 10,000. You can take out 3,000. And then year 3, you have 15, you can take out 8. Year 4, I'm just trying to rush. You have 21, you can take out 14,000.
What?
And then
That cash surrender value, is it just for you to use? Or
it's your money. And the good thing about it, remember, your 401k, they will tell you you cannot have access to it until you are 59 and a half. You know what they are trying to do? They are trying to make sure that you know this is your retirement plan. You are not supposed to be spending it because we have tendencies. You know, we are all human, right?
Yeah.
So, but here, anytime you need money, once you have money, your cash value, you have access to it. And then the good news, remember, when you take in your 401k, where you take your money out before time, 10% penalty, and you have to return it back with interest, right?
Yep.
But then, and then you have to pay tax on it.
Yeah,
but when you do this, actually, I've done that several times, so I know what I'm talking about. When you have this, you can take your money. It's flexible. You can take your money out, and when you take it out, you don't pay tax.
Where do you take the money out from? Which category? Is that the death benefit?
You take it out. Okay, we're going to talk about that. He's very smart. He's very smart. Yeah. We're going to talk about that, but my point is we can talk about when you have it, how to take it out, but trust me, when you have your life insurance, it serves as your bank. You can do whatever you want with it. It's magnificent.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like it. Thank you.
Yeah. So do we have more questions? Actually, we don't have time. Okay. Yeah.
I will allow you to ask them questions after the...
Okay. Okay, so we have form. So if you want to have one-on-one, can you, fill it. We put your phone number. We're going to call you, and then we can have one-on-one because there are some private stuff that we can, that we need to talk about, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think maybe I'm able to pass even with a short time. Am I able to pass some information around here? Okay, thank you for inviting us, and then keep doing what you are doing. You are doing so wonderful. We are proud of you because you are our tomorrow, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Let's applaud for them, please. Wonderful presentation. Financial literacy. It was very, very interesting. Hey, look, you really need to talk to them personally. For those, you see how Brother Antoine was very interested. That's the way myself I was interested 2 years ago when Sister Laura did a brief presentation. And it's something that we must take in consideration. Brother Barnum speaks about life insurance, life assurance, life assurance. But he never said be negligent on life insurance, all right? That's an option. But it's something that we must really take in consideration. All right, Brother Peter?
Yeah, that's true. We need to take into consideration insurance. And I think this is the second time I've heard. The first time it was Sister Laura when she presented to us. And I think my interest level now has gone higher. And definitely I need to make a phone call and get it organized.
Definitely. So they're passing the flyers. You can fill it up, contact them, and and all those information are given to you for free. So we really want to appreciate you, ma'am, for your time. All right. So we are going to continue. We still have 3 more panelists. 3 more presentations, and we need to be out of here by lately 6 o'clock. We have less than 2 hours now. How is it going to be possible? Everything is possible to whosoever believe, and if we can speed up a little bit. So let's continue on the financial aspect, financial literacy. Yeah, now you know how to save. You know that you have to invest on your not to invest. You need to, a little bit like an investment about your life insurance and all those things. But they mention about something that you also have to pay attention is your credit. They can give you also more detail on that. But we have one among us who's also a specialist on the credit, Sister Lisa Shelley. Let's welcome her. And she knows that she has less than 25 minutes. She knows that she needs to speed up. She knows that. Thank you so much for acknowledging that. Thank you. Pay attention. Don't get there. If you need some refreshments, go to the back, get some refreshments, come back. Listen, we still have 3 more interesting subjects. All right.
Good evening, everyone. Are you guys happy to be here? Is the information you're getting helping you? All right, so I want you to tell your neighbor, let's get ready for this one. All right, please pay attention, take screenshots if you have to, because financial literacy is a topic that they don't really teach in schools, right? Which it should be taught in school because everything goes back to finances. No matter what type of degree you have, money is a subject that we all need, and a lot of our frustrations and stress comes from not having enough money, right? So I'm gonna just give you guys the basic today. My presentation was way longer than this, but I really shortened it down. We can have one-on-one after. I can provide that for you, okay? So what is credit? Credit is a 3-digit number, right? That runs from 300 to 850. 300 means you can't get approved for nothing, not even a bottle of water, right? 850, you're the boss. You can walk in the bank and you can tell them, I want this Lincoln SUV, whatever. I want this house with 5 bedrooms. They're not gonna ask you no questions because credit is your financial character, right? It really tells the lenders who you are, just that 3-digit number. Now, credit is basically, it's about trust. If I give you this loan, can I trust you that you're going to pay it back? That's it, right? And the higher the number, that credit score, I told you 850 is the highest, right? The higher the number, the better. Why the better? The lower interest you're gonna pay. Next slide. Now the FICO score is the most recognizable credit score across the board. Here's a breakdown of the numbers. You don't gotta tell me, you look at your credit score and see where you are, right? 800 and above is considered to be exceptional. I told you, at that number, they respect you. They put respect on your name, right? Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's how they address you. Credit score from 740 to 799 is considered very good. You know what you're doing, you know how to handle yourself. Credit score between 670 and 739, it's good, right? You know what you're doing a little bit. Scores between 580 and 699 is considered fair. You may get a little hiccups here, you know, they'll give you the runaround. But anything lower than 580 is considered poor, where you're gonna get a lot of problems. You don't wanna have poor credit score, guys, okay? Next. So there's 5 factors when it comes to credit score. The first is your payment history. That's 35% out of 100. That's 35%, and it's basically Are you making your payments on time? Right? If I give you this money, are you gonna pay back on time? Guys, life happen, you forget, things happen. So what I recommend is that you make a note, put an alarm, put it on your fridge, post it in your car on that payment day so you don't miss it. Because one single payment, missed payment, can drop your credit score from 50 to 100 points. Just one late payment. It don't have to even be your fault. Maybe, you know, a lot of times you like, I'm gonna pay it at 6 o'clock knowing that it says it closed at 8, and you paid at 8:01, it's late. Now you gotta deal with a drop score. It's not fair, right? Right, let's move on. 30% is the utilization. I like to tell people, it's pretty much how much of that credit are you utilizing. So a pretty easy example is if you have a $1,000 credit limit, you don't want to spend more than $300 on that credit card. Everybody get that? Stay between 7 and 10% in your utilization. If you have to use more than that, please make sure you pay back by the statement date. Okay? Next. The next type is the length of credit. This is 15% of your score, guys. How long have you had this line open? You see, a lot of people think that, oh, I'm not using this card, let me just close it out. When you close that card, you lose all of that history. Then you gotta start back to square one, right? So keep your cards open. 10% is the new types of credit. Guys, do not, I repeat, do not go from store to store to store applying for credit. You want a Lowe's credit card, Home Depot credit card. Too many inquiries makes you look like a red flag. They're not gonna give you any credit, right? One to three in a 12-month period is okay, but any more inquiries than that is gonna make you look desperate. So be mindful of that. And then the last 10% is new types of credit. You wanna have a good mixture, revolving versus installment loans. So that's basically like, revolving is like a credit card, right? Where installment would be a car, okay? So those are the 5 types of what makes up your credit score. Everybody get that? All right, let's move on. So what are ways on how to build your credit? Start with a simple credit card. And remember to keep it under 30%. Apply for a credit card, build a loan, repay your loans on, all right. Report your payment history to Experian and TransUnion, and watch how your credit score increase. So you want to know how to improve your credit score, right? Start off by paying your bills, existing loans, and your credit card debt. Pay off your debt, the snowball effect, which means you pay down the lowest loans first. Consider getting a secured card. Now, does anybody know what is a secure card from an unsecured? Okay, let me tell you. Again, credit is building trust. So if you go to the bank and they will not give you a credit card, maybe because you're new to credit or whatever the cost may, the reason is, the bank gives you money, right? That's the credit. An unsecured card is when the bank gives you the money. But a secure card is when you put the money on the card and you pay it back yourself. And now a lot of people will be like, why do I need to pay back myself with my own money? It's either you do or you just stay with bad or no credit. So do what's best for you, and avoid, again, closing out your credit cards. Next. So let's talk about errors that report on your credit report, right? A wrong name. A lot of people have the same name, correct? So somebody's wrong credit could be reporting on your credit and you don't even know. I know people who, when they check their credit report, they got an eviction in a state that they've never been in. Why? Because they probably have that name of that person, right? So you want to always check your credit report. Don't wait until you're ready to get a car to say, oh, let me check my credit. Don't wait until you're ready to apply for a loan. You should check your credit. I check mine like every day. Like, I just want to see what it's at, right? accounts from someone else with a similar name, and accounts opened by someone else who stole your identity. Let me tell you a little story about my situation. I've been a victim of identity theft before. And this is how serious credit is. This wasn't my fault, right? I was making decent money. This was back in New York. And with the type of money I was making, I couldn't get approved for an apartment. It didn't matter what size of apartment. It didn't matter where it was, whether it was a good neighborhood, bad neighborhood, it didn't matter. I couldn't get approved because of that identity theft situation, which put my account, which went into collections, right? So yes, having a good credit score, that 3-digit number is great, but you also have to watch out for negative items that's on that credit report. Negative items can be late payments, collections, inquiries, right? I don't think child support, right? Student loans, medical bills, all those things are considered negative items. And the more of those you have on your credit report, it's harder for you. So you want to have a clean credit report with a nice score, all right? Also, wrongfully labeled accounts. Accounts listed multiple times, balancing, all this can be common errors that report on your score. So, any questions? That's it for me. Again, if you want further details pertaining to credit, this presentation was longer. I am also in the financial literacy aspect, so a lot of, what these lovely ladies talked about, I was going to talk about as well, but we can always get on a Zoom and we could continue this.
Wonderful. That 3 numbers. What up, Peter? Any question in the room? There we go, my sister.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah. So I can't imagine getting a loan anytime soon just because of my age and I don't really have much to think about. But are there any other ways we could work around the revolving credit to just continuously build up on that score, if that makes sense?
Do you have credit cards?
Mm-hmm.
So just work on building the credit with the credit cards that you have right now. And as you go on, you can add other trade lines.
Okay. Thank you.
In the
One
back.
more question? We have 2 more. Okay, Nunes. Peter, Nunes is right here.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just want to ask this, which credit do we apply for first? Like, let's say a good number of here are international students and we just got our social security number and we want to start billing our credit. So which credit card should we apply first? Should we go to a credit card company straight, or should we get from our bank? And how many credit cards do we suggest that we keep at once or and a certain time? What are your thoughts on that?
So when you get a new credit, good question. When you get a new credit, you want to go to the bank first and, see what they say. 1 to 2 cards to start off is good because, again, applying for too many is going to cause you to have a lot of inquiries, which is not a good thing.
So, yeah, thank you so much for the credit presentation. It's so important. I just wanted to ask, when it comes to, like, let's say buying a house, and the buyer wants to, like, check your credit. Let's say you only have credit cards on file. In this case, let's say you have a Capital One and Discover credit card. Are they gonna trust you in buying a house, or they need more like proofs? Like, let's say they need you to have a house, or not like a house, but a car, or something like that. or they will just trust you because you have a good credit based on the credit cards you have?
So it depends on the lender, but the more different types of credit you can show them, the more they would trust you. So it all depends on that lender. Thank you, guys.
Wonderful job, Sister Lisa. Brother Peter, we need to come and give a reward to Sister Lisa and also Sister Lara's colleagues. Sister Lisa, we want you to stay here. We have a little gift of appreciation we have reserved for you. Yeah, Sister Lisa, so we can thank you for the education of how to manage our credit. This is our way to appreciate you. You did a wonderful job. So let's take our picture. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Lisa. Sister Lara, we also have one for you and one for your colleague. I didn't know there were two, so I don't know how you're going to do that. Okay. You want me to give it to them? My ladies, if you don't mind. Let's applaud for them. They did a wonderful job. And we want to take a picture with you as well. Wonderful job. My sisters, thank you so much. But what's this? We are ready? Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Education is the key of success. Information is very important in the U.S. And what we have received this afternoon, it's really wonderful. Are you tired? Okay, we still have 3 more presentations. Please, we want people to come inside. Ushers, make sure about that. You really want to watch out those 3 numbers. Credit. You know, when I came to the U.S., nobody taught me about that. So I went to the bank. I took a credit card. And that was a big problem. I spent it the way I wanted. I bought any kind of shoes, any kind of jeans. I didn't care about the payment. And I started having issue. And I made myself a promise. Before I get married, I need to clear up all those debts. But guess what? I got married with that. So this is something that is very important for you to start right. But Branham say if you start right, you're going to end up? Right. You're going to end up? Right. Okay. So tell your brother, your sister, your friend next to you, we better start right with our credit. I tell him, Peter, we better start right with our credit.
Definitely, we should start right.
Yeah,
and
we better start right.
One thing that I learned is financial character. I didn't know you could have, it's a thing, having a financial character, which is really important. It tells a lot about lenders, that's how they judge you, how trustworthy you are, as she said. And I think it's also important for us to build that financial character, Let's build that habit of paying our bills on time.
Exactly. So, when you don't pay your offering, you don't pay your tithe, it's a good character that you don't deserve a good credit score. Why, my brother? There you go. All right, so we're going to invite my precious friend Ike to come and stand here. He's going to be the next panelist. We are going to invite Sister Sandra Shimba and Joseph Amani to come and sit. They are the following one. And also Taylor, also to sit. They are the next panelists. Please. Ike, Sandra Shimba, and Brother Joseph Amani, and then Taylor. Those are our finalists. We reserve the best for the last. I think the babies are tired. They are complaining. We don't care about credit score. But we, your parents, we care about credit score. Ike, you are welcome. He's going to introduce himself with more details. Ike, you have, can you do that 25 minutes?
Yeah.
25 or less?
Yeah, so thank you, everyone. So we're finally here. And just like we heard from almost every single presentation we heard today, research, really important in everything you do. You start right, you finish right? And always, if you, just like Sister Anastasia said, I think, she said, if you need help, if you want to do it, somebody will help you. If you don't want to do it, nobody will help you. I heard that, and that stuck with me. I actually took note, and that's going to become my next mantra. Can we move on to the next slide? So this is just me. I'm just kind of introducing myself, giving you an idea who I am. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ike Chungu, and no, I'm not from the United States. I'm from that beautiful country, the DRC. I am a senior IT consultant for a company called Canadian LLC. We mainly do consulting, IT consulting. And I've been in that field, in the IT field, in the professional spectrum, let's say, for the past 8 years right now. And working on my 9th year now and pushing for that gold watch, for those of you who know what that means. This slide, I call this my greatest shame. And the reason why I say it's my greatest shame is one of the biggest mistakes that us international students make when it comes here in the United States for school, right? As an F1, a lot of us come here not knowing what we want to do. We come here, we just know our regular majors, right? Economics, accounting, doctor, becoming a doctor and all that different stuff. These slides represent my greatest shame. I went through a lot of different majors, highlighted in green. Started with economics. Well, of course, English classes like a lot of F1 students. Then economics, then petroleum engineering. Then I did my associate degree. Then I did petroleum engineering again, industrial engineering, mechanical engineering, and then finally computer information system. That was my greatest shame. That's the reason why you need to make your research. You need to do the research and know exactly what you want to do before you start. I cannot tell you today how much money and time I spent making this mistake. And because all of you, our friends here, brothers and sisters, we don't want you to make the same mistake. I'm asking you to actually spend the time to figure out what you want to do before you start. Because if you start, you launch yourself without knowing, that's how you end up like me. Now, I was lucky. My parents were able to flip the bill. But the payback is, just like I promised them, I'll take care of you on the backside, so you'll be okay. So, yeah, so then this was my career path in school. What I would have preferred to do, just like we heard in some of the presentations before, would have been to start at a community college. Why? Because through the community college, just like it was discussed earlier, during those 2 years, you have the time to take your core classes that will transfer into a four-year university. And during that time, you will have the time to actually interact with other people, interact with teachers, interact with, academics, and figure out exactly what you want to do. What you want to do may not be necessarily what you think it is, because especially for a lot of us from Africa, there's a lot of majors out there that we just don't know about. There's a lot of majors out there that we are capable of doing that we just don't know about. Not everybody's supposed to be a doctor. Not everybody's supposed to be an engineer. There are some majors out there that even today, when you go on the university website, you're finding out every day. I didn't know what industrial engineering was. I found that out here, right? So take your time, do your research, do not rush. If you do not have the time, if you do not know what you want to do ahead of time, take your time during your 2 years in community college. It's going to be cheaper for you, just like it was discussed earlier. It will be cheaper to go community college and then four-year university, if that's what you want to do. Can we go to the next slide? Now, I will talk about what I've done, IT, right? A lot of people don't know what IT is. A lot of people are afraid of IT. I put that picture up there for a reason. A lot of people think that's what IT is. You just sit down there with a whole bunch of computers. A lot of us have seen movies like, Mission Impossible and things of that nature, where you see people behind the computer like, oh yeah, I just got into that system. I just got into that system. That's not what IT is. I mean, some people do that, but in vast majority of the time, it's not what IT is. So just because I want to, give you a definition of what IT is defined, I think that was by UT, I believe. IT is the use of computer, storage, network, and other physical devices infrastructure, and process to create, process, store, secure, and exchange all form of electric data. That's a lot of gibberish. A lot of people don't know what that means. I'm pretty sure none of you really understood what that meant. For me, I can define that as the use of computers to collect, to share, to store, and to secure data. That last word right there is the key, data, at least for me. Everybody can understand it differently. But IT is not, right, what you see on computers, or like what you see on TV. What they show you on TV is not IT. So do not be afraid of it. I've seen a lot of people being afraid of IT. I've seen a lot of females being afraid of IT because it's science. It is definitely a field that people are afraid of. And I want, through this exchange, because I want this to be an exchange, for people to understand there's nothing to be afraid of here. Quite frankly, while watching some of the presentations before, there was one note that I kept here. Once again, Sister Anastasia, she's not here anymore, but she said nursing is a honorable degree. It is true. Compared to IT, yeah, if you want an honorable degree, you want to go with nursing. IT is not that. IT is there really just to help people, to help businesses mainly, right? You will not save lives doing IT, right? You will not, let's face it, some of you might be able to take down, countries, but vast majority of you will not take down countries using computers, okay? Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, so just once again, because I want to go fast and I want to give you guys the time to ask me the questions that you have, right? So the major branches of IT, according to me, according to my personal experience, just like I said, I've been in the field in a professional manner for the past 8 years, well, really 9 years now, and these will be the major fields that you will see: networking, cybersecurity, software, and then data. What do I mean by networking? Networking will be essentially, transfer of data from one point to the next, communication from one device to another device. Cybersecurity kind of speaks to itself, right? Software, well, a lot of us on our cell phones have apps. Let's just think of it as software. And then data. Earlier, there was a panelist that asked you questions like, how many of you are F1 students? How many of you are pursuing a degree? How many of you are doing X, Y, Z? That's data. For us, for me as an IT, I'm looking at every single one of you as a piece of data. I'm sorry, that's just the way you are. But don't look at this list as the extent of it. IT is constantly growing, and every single day there's new things. Today, all of us are hearing about AI. Everybody is talking about AI, ChatGPT, right? IT is constantly growing, and unless one of you knows something I don't know, there is no company today that any of you can list that does not have some kind of IT department or that does not use IT to some extent. The reason why I want to say that one sentence is to give you, especially those of you who are still going to school or still trying to figure out what you want to do, that there are jobs out there in IT. And the way you find those jobs are not necessarily in that, clear-cut path. Going through school, I was not planning on doing what I'm doing today. I did not want to do consulting. I was clear-cut with that in my mind. But as the previous slide showed, I don't know what I want, right? I do not know. Look at my career path at school. I don't know. But then I realized one thing. I look at myself, I look at my desires, what I'm good at. And I realized I was good at puzzles. And because I was good at puzzles, I realized, oh, guess what? I can do puzzles here. And that's what I do on a day-to-day basis, puzzles. Can we go on to the next slide? When I showed you on the previous slide, because now I want to be more specific to those of you who are going to school. Once again, I'm looking at the time. How do you get into IT? Which major should you follow? Which path should you take? It can be very scary when you don't know where you're going. It can be very intimidating sometimes even. But for me, throughout my career, as a consultant, I spent a lot of time talking with different companies, talking with different people. And I realized that the majors, for those of you who are interested in figuring out, okay, well, how do I begin? The majors that I've seen the most, let it be from people like myself who just, kind of becoming more established in the profession, of people who have had, 20, 30 years of experience in the profession, these will be the majors that will be the most common, right? I've heard a panelist earlier today speak of MIS, Management Information System. There's a quick definition of MIS. It's a study of people. That's strange, right? Why would, IT study people? Well, you are a piece of data. It's a study of people, technology, organization, and the relationship amongst them. That's MIS, that's the major. So if you're afraid of the science part of IT, if you're afraid of, hey, yeah, I don't want to sit there, hacking away, there are ways for you, there are jobs for you in project management and in people management and in a lot of other things that MIS can get you into. And the beauty of MIS is the least technical of the bunch. Then there's CIS, what I've done, Computer Information System. In CIS, they're telling you CIS applies technology to manage data and allow it to transfer between computers connected to the same network. A lot of gibberish. But once again, MIS and CIS are essentially mirrors of one another. I graduated from the University of Houston, and those 2 degrees, we essentially share the same classes. The major difference is MIS is offered by the School of Business. CIS is offered by the School of Technology. There will be some prerequisites required by the CIS major that are not by the MIS major. There are a lot of business classes that the MIS people will have to take. So for people who, for example, feel like, hey, I'm a business person. I like business, I like accounting, I like, project management and that kind of stuff. Go the MIS route. You will be a lot more fulfilled than you would if you go with a more science-based version like CIS. Just like I said, those two are mirrored of one another. They work exactly the same way. CIS will be a more tech-oriented, like science-oriented. A lot of the prerequisites in that major will be science-based. You will have to take like engineering math, for example, statistics, and then, of course, things like physics and company, but once again, science-geared classes. So if you're afraid of the science-y classes, go with MIS. If you're not afraid with it, go with CIS. And then finally, the third major will be computer science, which is the hardcore science. I don't mess with those people. I found them the crazy people of technology, quite frankly. That person right there that did computer science can do a lot more than I can. I'm not afraid of saying that. I'm not ashamed of it. It is what it is. I was afraid of going with CS. So that's why I stick with CIS. I'm not going to speak to CS, computer science, because once again, they're crazy people. But still, so these 3 majors are the majors that I've been exposed to the most. And in my job as a consultant, just like I stated earlier, I'm exposed to a lot of different people, a lot of different professions, right? And in a lot of different companies. In my 8 years, I've been exposed to, I want to say, close to 50 different companies in 8 years. And in those 50 different companies, in the range of about 100 different people, like let's just say 20 different people per companies at least, which gave me an idea, more or less, of what that IT world is made of and what they're actually looking for. And for you guys who are actually going to school and may be interested in going the technology route, these will be the majors I recommend. If you go with CS, let me know how it goes. I would like to shake your hand because you're real good. In these slides, and I'm pretty sure Pastor Wade will share with you guys, I've just put a couple of sources for where I actually grabbed these definitions because I did not come up with them. I do not take credit for that. There's sources out there, and there's a lot of information out there. And just like a lot of panelists today, actually pointed at, you want to do your research. And those research that you do, don't do them just because, hey, XYZ said this is good. Don't do your research and just say, hey, Ike said IT is good, so I'm going to go ahead and do IT. No, I don't want that sitting on my back, okay? You want to do your research for yourself. Ask yourself, am I going to be good in there? Do not take a major just because somebody said it was good. Do not take a major just because somebody said there's a lot of jobs out there. Take a major that you know you can actually do good in and feel fulfilled in. Because at the end of the day, just like another panelist said today earlier, you'll get tired of it. And it's up to you to be self-disciplined enough to actually continue to push into it. Just like I said, when it comes down to IT grows every single day. And because I know I'm interested into it, I find myself very often buying books, learning by myself. Now, not everybody can or even has the desire of going in a four-year university. Not everybody has the desire, the will, or the finances, let's be honest, to go through a four-year program. It took me about 8 years to go through it, but we're not going to talk about that. Before getting involved with all of this stuff, or if you don't want to get involved with a four-year program, can we go to the next slide? IT is so beautiful that unlike nursing, I'm just going to pick on Sister Anastasia today, I'm sorry. Unlike nursing, where you actually do need to go through a board certification before you can actually start practicing, you don't have any kind of board certification test to take before start practicing IT. You do, however, need to have what we all in Africa say, that piece of paper, right? The beauty of that piece of paper, AKA diploma, for IT is it doesn't have to be a diploma. You can just get a certification. And there's a lot of different certifications out there. And once again, I have personally seen a lot of people who just did not want to go to college or could not afford college. And there are some certifications, especially nowadays, I'm going to point out to this one right here more specifically, AWS, Amazon Web Services. Amazon Web Services has essentially 3 different branches, right? If you really want to get a job in using AWS, you want to get all the way through the 3rd level certification. Why do I say that? There's a lot of jobs out there. There's a lot of companies out there today who uses AWS, which is to use, like IT terminology. It's a cloud-based service that a lot of companies today are all craving about. Every single company out there today will talk to you about, I want to go in the cloud. I want to be more streamlined. I want to be more automated. Those are terms they know. They're business people that just know a couple of words and they repeat it over and over again. AWS will essentially give you that flexibility to be able to work without necessarily going through college, really. It's going to take you some time. It's going to take you some money, but it's going to take you less time and less money than going through a 4-year program in university. Now, the kind of jobs you will get will still allow you to have a good standard of living, but if you want to push it even further, there's a reason why a 4-year degree costs that much, right? The 4-year degree will give you even more opportunity, but if you do not want to go through a 4-year degree, you can still have a very good living doing certifications. Now, there are a lot of other certifications that I put up here. Some certifications will work best if you do have a degree. Things like PMP, Certified Scrum Master. I personally believe those will work best with a degree. That's my personal experience. It's up to you to do your research and figure it out for yourself, right? Google IT certification and IBM IT certifications are also some other ones that are pretty good. And I've seen some people going through those and getting jobs, okay? So I'm, once again, going to move on to the next question, to the next slide, which is really just questions. But before I ask for questions, there's one more thing I want to say, which is this. When you are picking your major, you need to keep in mind that when you're going to get into the workforce, your time is a transaction. you need to think about you starting your job as a transaction between you and your boss. Your time is what you're selling. Your boss is promising you to pay you for your time. So then now you need to ask yourself, how do I maximize the value of my time? How do I make my time even more so valuable for my boss that he actually wants to pay me more for it? So that's how you actually need to think about it before making a decision of which major to go for. So think about it and do not be afraid of what's out there, because there's a lot out there. There's a reason why I call the US the land of opportunity. There is a lot of opportunity out there for those who are willing to put in the work.
Thank you for the opportunity. Actually, you have said that before taking a branch, we have to be conscious and responsible to what we choose. But as we are in this way, it's always good to ask for the opportunity because we are here for it. So I love this branch. That's my passion since I was a kid. And I wanted just to ask, well, as we know that IT is a large area, so there is a lot of things. There is programming and network and some other branches. So according to your experience, so which branch can I go deeper? So that's my question.
You say, which one can you go deeper?
Yes, yes.
It's a matter of preferences, right? Because when you think about the branches I put up here earlier, I called out networking, cybersecurity, what was the other one? Data, and what was that? No, those are the majors. Software, right? Out of those branches that I called out, because I just divided them personally, I think cybersecurity to me is the hardest one to get into. Because think about it, when a company hires you as their quote-unquote cybersecurity expert, you hold the keys of the company, which means you can break them if you decided to. So they needed to trust you even more. I was an F1 student when I started, this process, and I realized it's going to be really hard for me to get that trust, that credit, right? That credit to get to that. I think the ones that will make it easier for you to get into would definitely be between, and once again, by my personal experience, would definitely be between data and software. Okay, networking is another one as well, but not really interested into networking. But when you think about it, every single companies need that stuff. Every single one, from a simple library to, a Fortune 500 company. Okay.
Thank you, Ike. Another question? Yeah, Lunes.
Before asking my question, just wanted to add a contribution on the IT certifications. We all know the financial struggle a lot of us as students go through, and to go straight to do certification in certain areas is really costly, and we need the money. So from my personal experience, also interested in IT, like not kind of aside what I just used to do. So there's the Cisco, the networking company that we always know. So there's within Cisco there's an academy which is called NetAcad Academy, Cisco NetAcad. So within Cisco there are possibility for you to go to specific areas of IT like cybersecurity, networking, and IoT, the Internet of Things, and so many areas for free right now. So they offering those courses for free. There's a instructing lab, there's a self-led, and they're all free, and they have certain peer you're doing on a pace. And after that, there's, I'd say, recognized companies that you go to get your certification. So you do actually the course for free, and then you just pay for the certification exam. So that will be something really good for people like you don't want to spend a lot of money, so just take the course for free and
Yep.
you go straight and do just pay for the certification. And also they have the certification exam practice, so it's like $200-300 you can do instead of paying like thousands of dollars just on a course, which is a lot of money we don't have to spend.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so my question was more about of the project management. So I saw a few days ago about a Google project management certificate. Was kind of interesting, and going through the course, there was something that caught my attention. I want to ask is there are skills that are transferable in certain areas. So there is a project management on engineering project managers. So it's like you work in IT, but you also can work in mechanical and other areas of engineering whatsoever. So I wanted to ask, would you advise people just go straight to project management as a whole? Because you mentioned PMP, but before that, I think you have to go as a senior level, I believe, and then after a few hours of actually project, that's when you apply for the professional. So I wanted to ask you, advise people to can just go be a project managers and become engineers project manager and work in IT, or do you advise and experience you go through, let's say, an engineering course or certification and then get a project management? What is your thought on that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. In my experience, just like I said in my last little rant here, which is you need to find a way to maximize your time and make your time as valuable as possible, right? And the best way to do that is to be as diverse as possible, diverse as possible. Diverse. Okay. I proved that English is not my first language. English for Africa. So if you go straight into PMP, project management, you can still do it, right? And be diverse. But in my personal experience and my experience with different project managers, I found that the project managers who are the best are the ones who already had a basic skill. So you already understand so let's say, for example, for engineering, if you already have a basic understanding of the engineering, right? What kind of engineering it is, let's say mechanical engineering, for example. If you had a basic understanding of that, then you can be a better project manager. Why? Because you already understand how much time it's going to take a person you're going to ask to do work, how long it's going to take them to do that work. But if you just come in as a straight PMP, where you just have what they teach you, how to be a project manager, this is how you manage time, this is how you set resources, this is how many resources you need to assign to each project, well, that's all you know. And very soon you will essentially kind of annoy the people underneath you, right? Because those people are going to start telling themselves, well, I know how to do this thing. You're not going to come and tell me how to do it, right? But if you already had experience with it, then you now have even more weight when you speak because you have knowledge of what it takes to do that job, even if it's basic knowledge. But at very least, you have that knowledge. So for me, if I had to do it, I'm not saying that's the best way, but if I had to do it, I would start by having a basic knowledge of the basic skill before looking for a PMP certification, for example.
All right, thank you. Actually, if you don't mind, you can ask your question personally to Ike, as we still have two great presentations. We really want to appreciate Ike for this wonderful presentation. Let's give him a clap once again. Ike, we have also a gift of appreciation. Brother Peter, you want to come and give the gift of appreciation to Ike? A lot of us, when we think about IT, we think about Brother Amour, Sister Delise, Sister Lavender, just be behind the computer. No. That's not IT. Today we understood what is IT. All right, Ike, if you don't mind, we just wanted to appreciate you. It's just an act of appreciation. He's really a good friend of mine, and he married the little sister of my precious sister Sandra. So we have been friends for a while, right?
Yeah, too long to count.
Yeah, too long to count. So he's a good friend of mine. We appreciate you, Ike. Can we have our picture? Thank you so much for your time. And really knowledgeable, very, very good. What do you think, Brother Peter?
Yeah, a lot of good information shared. Now I've got a better understanding of what IT is. I think I also had a misconception of IT.
Yes.
The image that he showed at the beginning of the slides, that was exactly what I thought IT was. Somebody just sitting behind a computer in a dark room, just playing around with the keyboard. But now I know what IT is. There's much more to it than I thought.
Exactly. And this is one of the reasons why we are here, to learn more. And we understood as Adam, it was good to introduce Adam. As Adam started by saying that we are called to learn every day. The day you say that you master everything, then you're an idiot. We are called to learn every day. And this is why we are here tonight. We are discovering things. And guess what? We are building networking. He mentioned about that a little bit, but this is what we are doing, and we have specialists to break it down. Let's welcome Joseph Amani and Sandra Shimba for the networking and communication skills. Is she gonna go first? Okay, no problem. Thank you, sisters. No, there are two of them. We still have. Let's give them 30 minutes. It's good enough. Do your best. He's going to show you the time over here. Both of you have put all together in 30 minutes, if you can. 30, 35 minutes. Because I really want us to get out here before 6:30, and we have a wonderful presentation of Taylor, and we have a rehearsal at church, a musician that knows that. By the way, we invite you all tomorrow for a service. It's part of the information session. Behind the pulpit, sister.
Good evening, everyone. Is everybody tired? No? You guys are good? All right. So this presentation is not going to be something where we talk. I want us to be interactive. If I ask questions and you guys don't respond, we're not going forward. Okay? Everybody in? Good? All right. Okay. So I'm going to talk about basic networking and communications. My part is mostly going to be communications. So what is communications? Can anybody tell me what they understand by communications? Yes, Pastor Zoe. Okay. To talk? Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Exchange information. One last person. Yes, David, go ahead. I like that. Yes, interact with people. Good. So communications, like you see, there's a bubble. Ideas, two people. There's only two people. We've been created to be social individuals, and because we are social individuals, we need to communicate, talk, okay? Right, so communications, it's a process by which information is exchanged between two individuals through a common system of symbols, signs, and behaviors. If you speak Chinese, I can't understand you because I don't know what Chinese is. If you speak sign language, I cannot understand you because I don't know what sign language is. If you speak French, we understand each other. It's two languages, we all understand each other. And it's also the successful conveying of sharing ideas and feelings. If I'm feeling sad, if I'm speaking to Anna, I need to tell her that, yeah, I'm feeling sad. And she will ask me, why are you feeling sad, right? Do we all, connect with that, right? Okay. And then again, like David said, it's a social contact. Because we are social beings, we all have that in common. That's what keeps us together. Okay, so what's the importance of communication in college and in the workplace? So I've noticed that as students, when I was a student, and also as a professional, there's a lot of barriers. We don't all communicate the way we should, right? If we're supposed to talk to our managers, if we're supposed to talk to our employees, or if we're supposed to talk about work in a group. How many like group work? Okay, so everybody, okay, Ike, you like group work? Okay. David, you like group work? You like working with people? Awesome, great. So, the importance of talking, like communicating, you know, in a group. When I will tell you the truth, I hate working in groups. I do not like working in groups because I feel like there's always that miscommunication. There's always that one person that will not be doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? Okay, so what's the importance of that? It builds and maintains relationships. So when I was working on this presentation, I had to go to Joseph. I had to be like, hey, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna talk about? What's gonna happen, you know? And with that, we shared ideas. He brought in his part, I brought in my part. And it helped us connect in a specific way. It helps remove walls between professors and students. Yes, that part. You know that math teacher, sorry, Brother Jonah. You know that math teacher that's really hard to get, he always has a stern face, like you're really afraid to go to him because you already know what he's gonna tell you, you know? So you communicating with him, when you just take that, you know, that first walk, go to him, try to establish some type of communication. It could just be like, hi, I like today's lecture. It opens up some things. And then with that, you are able, he will be able to be like, yeah, so I see that you failed last test. What can I do to help you? You know? Yeah, that's hard. Okay. It builds effective teams. That is so true. Where's the IT manager? Where is he? He's outside. The head of Team Fire. Where's Team Fire? They said Team Fire. Where's Team Fire? Okay. All right. All right. So in order for, I'm taking that example specifically because those are the people you mostly see at church, right? It helps build effective teams. If they do not communicate, and those that are in the little group chat, you know that we emphasize a lot on communication. If you don't tell us what is going on, if you don't tell us that today you won't be at a meeting, if you don't tell us that, you know, my car broke down, there's no way that the people will actually know what's going on, right? The leaders, right? It looks like I'm talking a lot. Huh? Hello? Are you guys still connected with me? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. So, for companies, for professionals, it facilitates innovation. If I have an idea and I need to make a change to something, if I do not communicate, then there's no way that my company will have the latest edge tech, tool or software because I kept that idea to myself. If I do not create a path to my supervisor or my colleague, then there's a problem. And again, it builds effective teams, ensures transparency. Unfortunately, that person's not here. Brother Micah, the treasurer of the church. If he doesn't tell us how much there is in the church funds, how are we supposed to know? How will we even know that, you know, there's something in there? Maybe Pastor Zoe took the whole money. No offense. How will we know that, you know? When we communicate, we're able to see that, yes, this is what's there, this is what's there, this is what's happening, okay? It helps mitigate conflict. Conflict is a serious thing. So if we do not communicate, I have a grudge against Brother Peter. Yes, I do. No. If I have a grudge against Brother Peter, and if I do not communicate with him, how will he know that I have a grudge against him? We need to be able to sit down and talk it out. Next slide. How to improve your communication skills. Listen, listen, listen. There's something that we call to be an effective listener. So that means that when you're talking, when Brother Peter is talking to me, I am not formulating an answer in my head without listening to what he's telling me. I am first listening, processing the information, and then formulating an answer. Because most of the times what happens is that Brother Peter will come to me and be like, Sister Sandra, yeah, you didn't sing good the last time, there's a problem. And I'm here like, yeah, who told you I don't sing well? Do you know how long I've been singing? Because I did not listen. I did not take the time to actually listen to what he was telling me, processing the information. Who you are talking to matters. Now, this is my pet peeve. I will give you guys a small little testimony at work. I had sent out a group email to a bunch of volunteers, and I was giving specifics. This is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen. And then one of my students responded, "Thank you for the update." What am I updating you on? When we talk about update, it's your supervisor giving you, no, he didn't say thank you for the update, he said thank you for the feedback. There we go. I was like, what feedback am I giving you? I am telling you, I'm giving you specifics of the different events. I am not telling you, I'm not giving you feedback on your performance. And then I had another student who called me and said, Sister Sandra, I had this and this. I was like, no, I'm at school, I'm at work. Do not call me Sister Sandra, Miss Sandra. And it's funny, it's true. Yes. But you cannot go to Pastor Zoe's work and say, Pastor Zoe, he's not pastor at his work. Who you talk to matters. Who are you addressing yourself to? You need to make that difference. Brother Peter could be my supervisor. I'm not going to be like, Brother Peter, no. It's work. When we get to church setting, yes, Brother Peter. Be mindful of your non-verbal communication. Most of the time, somebody will be telling you something and you don't even notice that your body language is saying most of what you feel. And there's a problem. I was talking to somebody and I was giving him feedback on his performance, but his body language was telling me everything. He had crossed his arms and he was looking at me, and I was like, yeah, this person is not receptive to the information I am giving him. He's already putting a block, and he's not moving. It's not going to help him. Be clear and concise. If I come to Pastor Zoe and I have to be like, I want to know, I want to know if I can come to your house tomorrow. The message is clear, right? I didn't say, Honorable Pastor, I'm so honored to know you. I really appreciate what you do. You know, every time you preach at church, I'm very, very touched. I want to get to know you. Go straight to the point. Be clear, be concise. Don't beat around the bush, you know? Write down things. When you write down things, especially during meetings, you have a lot of things to say. Write down those things, and that helps you, go from point to point. You won't forget things that, you had in your head. And then also, you kind of, writing it down kind of also helps you play it out in your head, so that you will also kind of put yourself in the other person's shoes to kind of like play out what the outcome could be. Think before you speak. That is a must. Think before you speak. How many of us have said something that we weren't supposed to say? I'm guilty of that. Because we do not think before we speak. I see Brother Peter. Brother Peter, that shirt's a bit too tight on you. that just created a whole problem on itself. He'll be like, okay. And that puts him on the defensive. I could see Brother Jonah and be like, Brother Jonah, you're handsome. How? You think before you say something. There we go. It creates a whole problem on itself. His wife, which is back there. Sister Anna, please. I'm so sorry, ma'am. My apologies. I'm sorry? Look at the context here. Brother Jonah is a married man. Me telling him he's handsome. Sister Anna, please, can you stand up? If I tell your husband he's handsome, what's the first thought? Me. What's the first thought coming into your head? Good. I see that everybody's laughing. That means you guys are engaged. Good. So yeah, when you think about before you speak, you're able to put yourself in the context, right? And avoid secondary thoughts. Does that answer your question? You guess not? Okay. See me after. And then watch your tone. That is a must. If you're speaking to your elder, if you're speaking to your supervisor, if you're speaking to, watch your tone. Most of the times, our tone goes above, goes before us. We've already raised our tone without even knowing that, yeah, I've raised my tone just to prove a point. All right, so I would like us to do, Brother Peter, help me. We're gonna play a little game for 30 seconds. If you identify with the letter A, raise your hand. With the letter A. I need A's and B's. If you want to be letter A, raise your hand. Okay, and then B. I want people to raise hands. So, A's, pick a B. And I don't want it to be somebody that you know. Go and sit next to somebody you don't know. Okay, A's, raise your hand. B's, are you looking? Okay, B's, raise your hands. A's, are you looking? All right. I want A's to find B's and B's to find A's. Come on, let's do it real quick. Please pick somebody you do not know. Somebody that you don't know. Brother Peter. We're good? We're good? Everybody found their match? We're good? Okay. So, and then switch your chairs. You have to be looking at the person you're going to be talking to. Follow direction. All right. So, for 30 seconds, hello? For 30 seconds, A's, you are going to explain your whole life for 30 seconds. Yes. For 30 seconds. Come on. Brother Peter, is the clock on? A's. A is explaining to B. For 30 seconds, you're explaining your life to B.
From Zambia, we did our papers, came to the U.S. as refugees. And then I went to elementary school all the way to college. Now I'm working outside of college. I did electrical engineering. And now I'm a Christian.
Okay, time up. Time is up. 30 seconds is up.
All right, so we're switching now. B, talk to A.
Born in Zimbabwe, went to school in Zimbabwe in a city called Marodera, and then I came to the US after high school in 2021, and I've been here for 2 years so far. I'm at Rice University, mechanical engineering, and I go to Houston Tabernacle. Pastor Zoe is my pastor. I've been to about 4 countries. I speak 2 languages. I'm not married, I'm single. And what else? Okay, time up.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Everybody, let's go back to their place. I need 5 volunteers. Sister Lisa, David, are you a volunteer? All right, Sister Lisa, David, you want to come? Benny, Paola, come on. I need 5 people. Delise, come on. Yeah. All right. So, oh, okay. David, you want to come too? All right. So I'm going to pass the microphone to each one. You're going to briefly tell us who you talked to and what you remembered out from that person.
I do not even know her name.
Who remembers talking with David?
I was talking to her.
All right, Zipporah. All right.
She told me that she was born in Congo, moved to the United States when she was 6. She works, and she was born in January.
Do you see how he captured all that information within 30 seconds? That's what we call effective listening.
Okay, so I spoke with Brother Enoch, right? He told me he was born in Congo. Forget some of the details, but 2014, I think he came to the U.S. He graduated. He's working for Amazon.
I spoke to Brother Nunes. He's been here in the U.S. for 3 years. He was born in Angola, and he's in school for mechanical engineer, and he loves money.
I spoke to Eduardo, who I don't know at all. I've never met him. And he told me that he's from Angola, from the Bakongo tribe, and that in their tribe they wear really some type of pants that he knows the description. But yeah, that's what he said.
I'm kind of shy, but like I speak. I spoke with Professor Jonah. He says he's from Kenya. He has 3 kids. He's married, and he's a teacher.
Great. So can we clap for them? Thank you so much. Thank you. So with what they did effective listening for most part, and they did networking, which I'm going to leave Brother Joseph.
Hello, everyone. May God bless you. Yeah, so I'm not preaching today. So today they told me to slow down. So because I'm not preaching, and really I'm not preaching. So I'm so glad to be here. I know I have a few minutes. So my name is Joseph Amani. I'm a father of a beautiful woman called Leah Amani. And I have 3 children. I have Baraka, Elia, and Elisha. So And to just introduce myself, I came in this country, it's been almost 10 years. When I came here, I had also my GED, and then I started at Merritt University in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's where I started going to school. And then after that, I transferred to U of H. U of H, things didn't go well. That's when I know Pastor Zoe in 2014. I had to go to Colorado. I finished in Colorado in 2015. I came back, and then I get married in 2017. And in 2019, I went back to school to finish my master's in health administration. So I have a bachelor in public health. So, and today, we're going to be talking about networking. And I want us to just think about how networking is. I know. I think I won't go through my whole slide. So networking is a mutually beneficial interaction that involves exchanging ideas and information between individuals who are connected by a common career, industry, or interest. Just by that definition, you can just understand what networking is. And as I said, I won't go through everything, but I want to just summarize and give you a little concept. Because, and also we know that here we have a lot of students who are here, and that's why I choose this major to understand really networking mean what. And I'm going to give my little story about networking, and I will just go through something there. So when you are a F1 student, when you came in this country, sometimes you don't know exactly, what is going to happen. And even if when you came as me, as a refugee, you have your green card like Pastor Zoe and everybody who came here with their visa. When you are in school, you meet people, right? But sometimes we take for granted those that we meet. And that's when networking came to play, right? Because this country has a lot of things to offer. As Brother Ike said, this is a land of opportunity. La terre des opportunités. C'est qu'on parle en français. Amen? Now, sorry. Sorry. So, therefore, when you go to school, you have to develop a strategy how to talk to people. So, everybody who knows Brother Paul? Brother Paul, the brother who came here a couple weeks ago. He came here and he preached for like 20 minutes and the church was on fire. I met that brother when I came in this country. And the first thing he told me, young man, because when I came here, I was already in my 20s. And he said, young man. I think I was 20 years old when I came. No, 21, something like that. So now you can imagine my age. So, and he told me, young man, if you want to succeed in this country, go to school. And since that day he told me that, he became my mentor. Brother Paul has more than 5 degrees himself. And right now he's working on his second PhD. He never stopped learning. He never stopped earning degree after degree. And plus, he's a full-time pastor. He creates churches. He can go to any state, he creates churches there, and then he goes to another state. However, so when you meet people when you go to school, you have to know how to talk to them. And that's when he came to play with networking. So, example that I'm going to give you is this one. Who knows PCP meaning what? Those who are in healthcare, PCP. PCP. Primary care physician. If you have a PCP, if he want to send you to another provider, to another doctor, what he does? I want to make this introduction. Just like Sister Sandra did. Did recommendation, but there's a word, specific word. Sister, go to the next slide. There's a word that I'm looking for. Now, go back. it's not there. I don't know. I don't know where they put everything. All right. I don't see it. There's a word that I'm looking for. Referral. So that referral, when you have a PCP, that PCP will give you what they call a referral to go see another doctor. He will put every single thing, your labs, every single thing that for you to go see another doctor. That means the provider will be able to put your labs, your diagnosis, and everything that you have into your body for another specialist to see you. Maybe maybe your PCP, he doesn't know about maybe a liver. Now he has to write a referral to go and see a specialist who knows about the liver. So that referral is a networking between your PCP and that provider that is going to be seeing you there. That means your provider, he trusts that other provider to take care of you. Do we understand each other? Now, in networking is the same thing. When you are a student, most of us, when we go to school, we go straight to school. After school, we get our associate. After associate, we get our bachelor. After our bachelor, we get our master's. But I'm going to give you another strategy how you can shape your career path for you to not have a straightforward going to school without networking first. Because networking is very important. And this is my story. When I had my associate degree, I started working at MD Anderson. And I was working as a valet. I was outside in the sun, 100 degrees. And as I was working, someone saw the way I was really performing my job. And then he said, "Young man, I see that you have really good customer service skills. How can I help you?" He said, "Do you have a degree?" I said, "Yes, I have a degree." I said, "Really? What kind of degree you have?" I said, "I have a degree in public health." I said, "No way." So I start connecting with that guy. He said, "What about if you become one of the assistant researchers in my department?" I said, "Yes, I can do that." So that, from that first time when he spoke to me, it really clicked my mind. And I said, this is what they call networking. So I start talking to that guy. So he started telling me how I can develop my career. So 2 months later, he sent me a link to my email. I applied to a job. He hired me as assistant researcher. I started working over there. At the same time, I was going to school. I'm gaining the experience for the work, and I'm going to school. Hear me good. And then after that, by the time I had my bachelor degree, I was already a team lead. So I know the industry where I'm getting my degree into, and I know the field. Brother Ike, they asked him about the question about the PMP. The PMP, as the brother asked, he said, what about if you go straight to your PMP? And really, I like the answer that he gave him. A PMP, sometimes, if you don't have any experience into any field, you can't be any project manager because you don't understand the field. And some of us, you can have a degree. You can have a bachelor degree, you can have a master's degree. If you don't have experience, they're going to hire you as entry level. Like, currently, I'm hiring people with the same master degree as me, and I pay them $20 an hour as entry level to register patients. Now, when I take a look at my salary and their salary is like 50 times, I make 50 times more than what they make. What's the difference? Experience. Right? So, therefore, what happened is, as I was working, as I was going to school and earning that experience into the field that I was going to school for, it gave me more flexibility. It gave me more knowledge. And I connected with people into the department That's why even I knew that I can do my master's in health administration. Because I'm that type of person, I'm a very outgoing person. That means I like to interact with people. Whenever I can see a sad patient, they just tell them that they have cancer, but I can make their day. Because you know when they tell you that you have cancer, you're paralyzed. Your whole body is like, oh my God. But I can go and talk to them and make them feel like, yeah, it's not the end of your life. You can still live, you know. Having cancer is not the same day. So I had that talent. And this guy came to me and said, Joseph, you don't have to be somewhere, you know, doing research. I think you are a very outgoing person. You can talk to people and make them feel good, right? So what about if you do your administration in health administration? It's very good. And I was really interested about that. It's all about ambulatory operations. And when I learned about it, and I loved it, because I networked with someone who really told me about the field. And when I studied about it, and I found out that I was really good on ambulatory operations. So therefore, by the time I finished my bachelor degree, going into my master's degree, I was already a manager. So, by the time I finished my master's degree, I was going now into a fellowship. Those who remember me, in 2021, I left Houston. I went to Green Bay, Wisconsin. When I went there to Wisconsin, it was after I finished my master's. Now I'm going to Green Bay. This was the opportunity for me now to gain more experience and more networking with people that I can network with. And when I applied, when I was there, and I started working there for at least 1 year, and the president of the hospital where I was working, after just I left there, he said that, Joseph, you can put me on your resume every single time everywhere that you're going to be applying. Because he's the president of the hospital. Whenever I apply to my resume, or even say, Joseph, put your reference, I put him as my reference. Now, if they can see his credentials, and whenever they call him, I say, I know that guy. I know how he can work. That's the importance of networking. So now, sister, can you go to the next slide, please? So now, networking, increase the visibility. You are more visible. People, they can see you. Don't just be there and then say, okay, I have a degree. Having a degree is not enough. Strong support network. Impact connections. Promote business growth. Open up new employment and opportunity. Build your reputation and introduce to industry leaders. These are the things that really networking is going to give you. Because to the end of the day, having that degree, brother, is not enough. And I've been telling a lot of students here, any single time that you hear at your school there's any event, if you have time, attend. If you hear that, those who are doing mechanic engineering or petrol, something about oil, or Shell is coming in Houston and they have this kind of conference, brother, go. Because you're going to meet these people that you never met before. And once you meet with them, you're going to shake hands. Hey, my name is Joseph. Hey, my name is Peter. Hey, Peter, where are you from? No, I'm from Zimbabwe. And where are you studying?
Rush University.
Oh, Rush. What's your major, sir?
Mechanical engineering.
Oh, yeah, mechanical engineering. You see, right there, we start talking about it. And what interests you to go into that field?
Oh, it's so broad, and it helps me to work on my passion and my desired career path.
Oh, yeah, just to let you know, I am the president of, let me just say whatever. I'm the president of Shell, and I'm looking for really people who have the passion like you, man.
Well,
yeah.
I've been looking into that, and I think I'm interested.
Yeah, so what about we do this, right? Now, I'm going to give you my card, So call me whenever you have time, all right? Yeah, thank you. So nice to meet you. That's how people need to work. You see? You need to be outgoing person. Go there and meet them. Introduce yourself. Don't be in a corner. oh, I have a degree. Now, those events will help you a lot. And when you go home, me, I used to collect all those business cards. And then I go there, send emails. Was nice to me. Blah, 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 blah. Some of them, they never respond. That's fine. But also the knowledge, when you're going to hear everything that's presentation that they're going to give there, is going to help you. They're going to give you some tips how to connect with others. That's the very important thing about networking. So you must know how to connect with those people so they can give you those tips. Because to the end of the day, you can say, hey, I'm a message believer, God is going to help me. No. Doesn't work like that. No, none. I think we all have a big, a good example here. Sister Anna here, she said, no matter what kind of Holy Spirit you have, the bills will never stop coming to your house. They will come. And even Pastor Zoe, I think he preached yesterday, he said, what Pastor Zoe said, if I don't remember. No, I had it in my mind. He just left. All right? So, yeah, I think he said, sometimes you may go through something, and then you say, pray, but you need to talk to someone sometime. After you pray, but you need to talk to someone. Maybe you're going into a big depression. Talk to your pastor. Pastor, this is what is happening. I've been praying. Yes, it's good. But maybe he has tips he can give you. Maybe you've been praying and eat a lot of hamburgers. And you don't know really if to pray. No. Stop eating hamburgers. Take time to fast. And maybe that's how you're going to chase this kind of spirits. And that's my presentation. May God bless you.
Wonderful, Joe.
Any question?
Yeah, we're going to give you time for questions. Sister Sandra want to add something. I really love. Do you love what's going on right now? Oh, this was great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Amani. Sandra want to add something. Should I call you Sister Sandra, Sandra, or Miss Sandra? She used to be my friend. We're still friends, but come. She want to add something. Quickly, though, because we have the great presentation of the day. We keep the best for the last.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add one thing to what Joseph said, which is very important. For most of you that are in college and that want to do student government, student ambassadorship, any type of student leadership positions that you guys want to get involved into, don't just stand there. Don't just sit there and be like, yeah, I'm just going to be here, like he said. No, those positions are making you visible so that one day you can use that connection, those connections that you're using within that circle to make you go forward. I have taken classes in schools where I did not have to pay one dime because I had a connection with the president of the school. The current job I am working is because I had networked with the person. So take it very seriously. Be outgoing and be great.
That's good. And the best connection is to be connected with me. Connect with God. And it's going to place people around you who's going to help you. Don't take it for granted, though. Those are good information. What do you think, Brother Peter?
Yeah, that was really wonderful, and we really learned a lot. And one thing that I took away from Sister Sandra's presentation was that body language matters.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for me. Sometimes I'm saying things and my face is saying something else.
Mm-hmm.
And, you need to master that, And also, it matters who you are talking to. Know who you're talking to and mind your words. And as Brother Joseph said, networking is a connection between people of common interests. So
yes,
just find something common, something a little bit, and just go and say hi and start a conversation.
Yes.
And that will take you places. So that was really
It
wonderful.
was a good combination, communication skill and networking, because I remember, I have a boss. Whenever we are outside of work, he called me bro. We talk, it's fun. And one day he sent me an email. I had the same experience. I sent him back, yes, bro, I got you. You reply back, please be professional. Next time, you're going to have an issue. And at the end of when we step out, you call me bro. I say, don't call me bro anymore because but I didn't understand. I have to learn that there is a certain language in the professional field. And it's really important. Just as Brother Joe said, when you make networking, it produces referral. It's very important to have those connections. And it's simple, just a simple hire. That's why even at church, we always say those basic points are very important. To know how to say hi, to know how to say thank you, to know how to say sorry, to know how to say forgive me, to know how to say please. Teach your children they are building networking. And when the networking is well built, you are going to school, you are learning about the financial aspect of life, you are learning about the credit and everything. But there's also one thing to think about, the future. And that's the reason why, before I introduce Taylor, who is going to explain us a little bit about that, I want to give opportunity to ask question. Whoever has a question to Sandra or Joseph, Sister Sandra or Brother Joe, please put your hands up. We're going to take 2 questions, and then we're going to welcome our last panelist, who's going to explain us what to do with all those degrees and money. Nunes, who likes money, by the way?
I have a question for Sister Sandra. We know that in communication there are steps that must be taken, which is the approach and what are we going to talk about and how do we keep up with that. And so what will be some good tips for, everybody in here, that what is the best way to approach someone, what do we talk about, and how do we keep up with the conversation? Because a lot of time we have problems like we don't know how to approach the person, we don't know how to start to make that base or the foundation for the conversation. Sometimes we don't know what to talk about, and even sometimes in this same conversation we don't know how to keep up with that. So I wanted you to touch a little bit on those 3 points that I think is really important.
Yeah, sure. So basically, it all resumes in the little presentation that Joseph gave up here. When you're approaching somebody that you don't know, the first thing, hey, my name is Nunes, right? The other person presents themselves. So you've already kind of broken a little bit of the ice. And then you find something common. Where are you guys located at? Maybe you attended an event, like he said. Hi, I'll give an example. You're attending an event for Mercedes. Mercedes-Benz is doing like an event where it's an open house maybe, So the first thing you look at is what do we have in common that I can use for us to talk about, to do like what they call small talk, So, okay, I'm at Mercedes-Benz. Nice cars. Hi, my name's Nunes. Yeah. So what brings you here? That gets the conversation going. And when you start that conversation, the response for the person is like fuel to like fire. It oils the conversation. And within the response, you find different things for you to maintain that conversation. Does that make sense?
And also I can add, so since we prepare this together, so I can add this, brother. So let me say, for example, if you were working somewhere to a company, like I can give like the example, like to the hospital where I work, right? So we have what they call the mentors. Mentors, so she can be my mentor, I'm the mentee, right? The mentor, they're gonna put online on the website of the company with their expertise, right? What degree they have, what they can teach about and stuff like that. So you can read their profile. It's like a LinkedIn profile. When you read their profile, those mentors, it's gonna give you perspective what you can ask. And then you can send them an email, say that I would like you to be my mentor about, let me say, for example, about engineering, right? So you are a fresh as an employee, right? Now, you want to learn more. You want to look for a mentor. So when you're going to meet with that mentor, you as a mentor, you're going to be specific what kind of question you're going to ask the mentor, because you read their biography, you read what kind of degree they have, what they've been teaching others, and how they've been successful. So therefore, when you go meet with them to keep up with the conversation, you're going to have write down something that you want to ask them. So when you meet, and then you're going to be asking them those specific questions, because you know exactly who they are and what they have. That can be another way to meet someone and to keep up with the conversation. Is to read someone's biography and to know exactly what they have achieved and what they are capable to give you as their as you choose them as to be your mentor. Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Thank you, Brother Joe. I think, okay, that question, if you don't mind, ask them. It's not a question, it's a contribution. I hope it's going to be fast. Okay, give her the microphone. We appreciate every contribution as well. And Taylor, you can just come already, because I really want Taylor to bring us so deep, in the deep waters. Go ahead, Sister Lisa.
So I just wanted to piggyback off of Sister Sandra. Your question was how to start the conversation? So easy way is to always lead with a compliment. So it could be a shirt, a speech. Just lead with a compliment, and that can open up the conversation.
Thank you. You know why I always say, not why I always say, but this is actually true, that every questions that you have, the answer on the tips. Did you know Brother Banner touch about networking? He said if you want to evangelize somebody, you meet a mechanic. How do you start? How do you start? You start talking about the cars. That's how you break the glass. That's how you open up the conversation, and then you introduce the word. Everything is found in the message, even about investing. Let's listen to my precious friend here, Taylor. Thank you, Joe and Sister Sandra. Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Pastor Zoe for the initiative of having this event, and the Houston Tabernacle Organization Committee that also organized and helped this event be possible. I think it's very unique that we have a platform like this where we can come together as a youth in the message, where we can speak on various different topics that can be beneficial to us. Topics such as education, our finances, immigration, like we spoke on earlier, credit, various different things that we can speak on. So I want to thank all the previous panelists that were able to come up here and contribute to something specifically to their specific topic that they were speaking on. So please join me in giving them a round of applause for all that they've done. They've done a wonderful job, and I personally learned a lot from just sitting back and just observing. Thank you very much to all the panelists. So today, I'm going to be speaking about the principles of investing, because investing is a pathway to financial freedom. Okay? One of my favorite books to read is As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. This book teaches a very unique concept that even Brother Branham speaks about in a few sermons. This book teaches that the person that you are today, it's an accumulation of decisions that you've been making the last year or so. Decisions that you've been making even 5 years prior to that. That's what's brought you to this current state and time in who you are, okay? And contrary to that, the decisions that you make here today, they impact who you will be in the next year and in the next 5 years or so. Okay, the reason I bring that up, because it's a basic comprehension, it's pretty straightforward. But the reason I bring that up is for us to be able to understand the importance of a decision, because a decision typically impacts it typically impacts action. Okay, and we can't begin to speak about investing without us looking into action, because investing requires us to be able to take action in a specific area of the market or the economy in order for us to receive a positive gain in our investment. All right. So next slide, please. So today, my goal is to be able to hit on a few key points and try to answer a few questions that we have here today. Number one, why should you invest? Why is investing important? Number two, when should you invest? Because the Bible tells us that there's a time for everything. There's a time to hold your money and wait for the economy to get better. And there's also a time to put your money in the economy and hopefully get something positive out of it. Okay, number three, we're going to speak about what kind of investments you can make, all right? Because in the world of investing, there's so many different things you can invest in. But I've gone ahead and narrowed down a few things that we're going to be speaking about today just to have a better understanding. Number four, certainly last but not least, we're going to talk about how to make these investments and go forward from there, all right? Next slide, please. So for those that don't know who I am, my name is Taylor Kenda. I have many titles, quite a bit of titles, but the most important title that I have is that I'm a Christian. I'm a believer of this precious message that we have brought to us by William Marion Branham. I'm also an aeronautical engineer. I work for Lockheed Martin, and I'm also an investor in real estate, and I also invest in transportation and logistics industry, as well as the stock market and various different places. I actually started out my educational journey at Tarrant County College, where I did 2 years and I got my associate's degree. During those 2 years, I was involved tutoring math and physics to students. I was involved in leadership positions, honors programs. I was involved volunteering, all sorts of different things. This types of involvement helped me transfer to Texas Tech University with a scholarship that covered 90% of my tuition. All right? Exactly right. So I ended up graduating at Texas Tech with a mechanical engineering degree in December of 2021. But the most important part about graduating was the fact that I graduated debt-free. So at this point of time, I owe nobody no money, no student loans, no tuition reimbursement, none of that. So the reason I bring that up is for those of you that are still studying, for this to be an encouragement to you. For you to be able to understand that the more you get involved in organizations, get leadership positions, whenever you apply for a scholarship, say $1,000, $2,000 or so, the money that you accumulate is going to it's going to reduce the tuition that you're going to end up paying. And there's various different scholarships out there, as Brother Jonah was speaking on. like, for example, in community college, the Jack Kent Cook Scholarship that offers $40,000 to students. And it's renewable on a yearly basis. There's so much money out there if you apply yourself. So that's an encouragement to you guys. Before I graduated from Texas Tech, I did a series of internships where I started out at NASA. Since we're in Houston, most of us should know what NASA is and what NASA does. But I actually did an intern here at Johnson Space Center. I interned at Marshall Space Flight Center over in Alabama. I also, after that internship, I worked with the NASA National Science Foundation, where I was doing biomechanics research over in Philadelphia area. And then following that, I did another internship with L3Harris, which is an aerospace company over in Cincinnati in the Kentucky area. All right. My last internship was with the company I work with now, Lockheed Martin, where they finally extended me an offer to be able to work in Fort Worth, where I currently am now. So it was actually late last year where I started to begin to have a vision, long-term vision of expanding outside of my engineering role, because I was happy as an engineer, and I still am. But I also wanted to be an entrepreneur. I wanted to invest, and I wanted to have my own business. So for those reasons, I started, I'm also a founder of, back please, Realty Eagles Accommodations, which is a limited liability company that where I lead a group of investors, and we invest in all sorts of different types of real estate. We invest in short-term rentals, multifamily properties. We invest in commercial properties, land, all sorts of different types of real estate. I also bought and purchased a franchise of an existing company by the name of Mountain Crest Movers, which is in the transportation and logistics industry. So I lead a team of individuals who deliver loads in and out of Texas in a truck. So I have my own trucking business as well. So those are the different places that I'm currently investing in, but I'm always open to expand, and I'm always open to growing within what I'm doing now. But before I move forward, it's very important for me to note that all of these accolades, all these milestones are not met if it wasn't for God in my life. Because I put God forward and I applied my faith on Him, every single milestone that I had, even though I was doing engineering and it was very difficult at times, and even now as an entrepreneur, sometimes it gets hard. But because I put God first, I see myself moving forward, whether it's with my finances or whether it's in my personal life as well. So I encourage the same thing for you. If you have a specific goal in mind, put God first, and you're going to see a positive result because of that, okay? Now, speaking of God, let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, please, where we're going to speak about why we should invest, why it's important to invest. And because we're at a Christian conference, I wanted to also get our absolute perspective. The prophet of the age, what does he say about investing? Okay, so in the message, Investing, in 1962, I promise I'm not going to preach to you guys. I don't preach. But paragraph 14, Brother Branham says, a fellow that's got money wants to put it into a good investment, of course. A man that's got as much as, say, $10,000, he wants to put it into a good investment. Don't keep it in your pocket, okay? Because you know thieves will steal it, and so you don't want that. Let me pause here real quick just to give a perspective. In 1962 of what was going on at the time where Brother Branham was preaching this, and what he means by don't keep it in your pocket. If we go back prior, for those that studied a little bit of history, in the 1920s, the U.S. was experiencing a time called the Roaring '20s, where the majority of individuals were buying everything off of credit. Cars, people were buying appliances, TVs, everything off of credit. But the majority of people still didn't have their money stay saved in the banks like we do here today with credit, debit cards and things. The majority of people had their money saved in places such as lock boxes, closets, pockets, various different places. That's what Brother Branham here is speaking about. Don't keep your money in your bank, in your pocket. And if you move forward, the one thing that happened in the late 20s, the market ended up collapsing because everybody was buying everything off of credit, which caused the Great Depression in the 1930s. Okay, and does anybody know what took the U.S. out of the Great Depression? Any guesses? Just a short quit. Okay, the thing that got the U.S. out of the Great Depression was the fact that in the 1940s we went into a Second World War. World War II caused a stimulation in the economy, which the U.S. was mass producing aircrafts, ammunition, all these stuff that went abroad to fight the war, and so the U.S. was stimulated and came back up. All right. So just to put it in perspective, Brother Branham is telling us don't keep your money in your pocket, which in 2023 it means don't just keep it laying in the bank, and if it just stays in the bank, it's stable. It's not really growing much in interest, and we're going to go deeper into that a little bit more. Okay. So Brother Branham tells us if we can't keep it in our bank, what does Brother Branham want us to do then? Well, what does the message want us to do? So he says, if you're a good, sound businessman, you want to put it into something that will draw dividends. Okay? Does anybody know what dividends are here? Can I get anybody to give me a definition of dividends? Microphone, please. Raise your hand, please, so I can just. You have one?
Like a return on investment.
Okay. I want a different answer. That's good, but anybody else have any different guess of what the word dividends is?
A portion that you get after investing.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. So just to move forward, a dividend is what's paid out to an individual by a company or a bank or an entity or institution for being a shareholder. So if you put your money into something and on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, you're going to get money back from that entity. Okay, so Brother Branham wants us to put our money into something, an entity that will give us money, free money essentially, in return. Okay, let's move on to the next, no, stay on the same page, but just the next paragraph here where Brother Branham is saying, good, smart businessman wouldn't think of such a thing. Put your money into something that's here, get rich overnight, and don't know where it comes from. You better be careful with that because you'll lose all that you got because it's a gamble. And gambling is not a good, sound business. 2 things we can pull from that. Number 1, stay away from get-rich-quick schemes, okay? If something sounds too good to be true, it probably is not good to put your money in. And I'm not going to touch too much on that. But the second thing Brother Branham says is about gambling. Or for those of you that think it's okay to go to Vegas and let me go to a casino, bring $500 and turn it into $5,000. Well, here's a quote where Brother Branham is against that. He says, it's not a good thing. It's not a good business, at least. Okay, so the next part of the quote in the green where Brother Branham is saying, put your money into something that's stable, reliable, and that you know has been paid off and has been proven to pay off. And this is personally the metric that I use before I make any type of investment. I'm not saying I'm the best investor in the room here. I'm just saying this is what I do. So I look at the investment I'm about to make, and then I also look at the message. Does it line up with what God says? It says, Brother Branham says here, invest in something that's stable. You don't want something that's high in income one week where you're making a lot of money, then the next week it drops, then the following week it's up again, and then the next month it's low. Okay, we want something that's stable. We want something that's consistent. Number 2, something that's reliable. You want to do business with people or entity that's you can trust, that you have confidence in. Okay, so you want to put money into something that you have confidence in, where it's reliable. Number 3, put your money where something has been already proven and has a record of paying people and being successful in that specific industry. I'm not saying don't invest in startup companies and things like that, but you typically want to invest in an area where it has a proven track record of success. Okay, let's move on to the next slide here. So just general question for the audience here. Have you ever wondered why the rich always get richer and the poor people keep getting poorer and poorer? Just general questions, and I'm actually looking for answers as well. Yes, bro. Please give him the mic.
Rich people always look for new opportunity for
Right.
them to keep their wealth, keep
Right.
going.
Right.
And poor people, they don't invest in nothing. So they're gonna buy things and be in debt, say like good purse,
Right.
getting a new car, and you know that you don't have really good income and everything. So it's gonna keep you in debt every single time. And that's how you're gonna keep being poor and poor every day.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm also looking for a different answer, but let's go ahead and move on. The next one, that's a good perspective that you have there. The answer I was looking for is financial illiteracy. This is what separates the poor people and the high wealthy class. Okay, so financial illiteracy is the inability to make a financial decision because you lack the skills and you lack the knowledge. Okay, the Bible says in the book of Hosea 4:6 that my people die or perish for lack of knowledge. In other words, in French, mon peuple meurt par manque de connaissances. Ils savent pas comment investir, bon fait, comment mettre l'argent. So they perish, and we don't want to be in that section where we're perishing because we don't have the knowledge. And the rich people capitalize on this concept. What they do, they read books. They educate themselves through books, through conferences like we are in here. They educate themselves through podcasts, through mentorship, all sorts of ways to educate themselves. And I encourage the same thing for us as well, as Christians, as believers, to be able to apply ourselves within so we can be knowledgeable in the areas that we want to invest in our finances, and we're going to see success within that. Next slide, please. This is just a statistic that's going to show various different criteria of education and how your education level can be able to help you be successful in your journey. So we see that about 4 in 10 college students, college-educated adults in the U.S. are in the upper class division. I don't know if you guys in the back can see this closely, but here we see, this is just a chart that's showing a percentage of adults in each income tier. So in the first income tier, we see that individuals that have less than a high school degree, individuals that maybe finished just middle school or something like that, where do they end up? Well, only 5% of those individuals end up in a higher upper income tier. Maybe they were inherited wealth. Maybe they had a specific investment that they made that brought them to that stage. But we see the majority of individuals in the lower income, where 57% of those individuals that really don't study past high school, they end up there. Where the next tier, we see individuals that graduate high school with, or at least have a GED or something like that. Those individuals have a 10% chance of making it to the upper income tier, where their chances of still ending up in the lower income bracket is pretty high. And then individuals that have maybe some college experience, maybe they have an associate's degree or certificates of some sort, those individuals tend to fluctuate within the middle class, but we still see a fair balance here. But individuals that have a bachelor's degree, PhD, etc., but at least a bachelor's degree, those individuals have a 39% chance of ending up in the upper income class. And they only have a low 13% chance of ending up in the lower income bracket. So this is just a chart to act more of an encouragement to those of you that are still studying and taking your classes, to continue to pursue education, to help you just be able to differentiate yourself in the world, in the world that we live in now. Okay, next slide, please. So these are just some quick numbers here that we're going to look at. So we see that 18% of individuals have investments other than a basic saving account. And a saving account is typically the minimum that we can have. So if you make money or if you have a job, pretty much most of us just put our money in a saving at least. We should have that idea, that concept. But only 18% of us have investments outside of that general saving account, which is pretty low for my taking. So we see also that 84% of individuals will need to borrow funds or take out a loan in the event of a health emergency. Just by raising a hand, and myself included, how many of us have seen individuals make GoFundMe pages for individuals passing or things like that? It's the unfortunate truth. A lot of us see that people aren't financially ready to be able to take care of individuals in health crisis. And we see that in the statistics here. Next slide, please. So the goal, to answer the question why we should invest, the goal here that we're trying to get to is to make money work for you, to put it into a position where you're making passive income, okay? Where you're in a position where you can live a more stress-free life because money is working for you. The reason why is because money doesn't sleep like we do. It doesn't need to. Money doesn't get tired like we do. And money does not go on vacations or doesn't have to take care of kids and do this and that like most of us need to. Okay, next slide, please. So just to dive into the next portion of the presentation, Dave Ramsey here, the question we want to answer here is, when should you invest? At what stage in your financial journey should you invest? Okay, we see that Dave Ramsey is a radio host. He's an investor and author of Total Money Makeover. He's wrote various different books, and his journey was actually unique, where he became a millionaire, and then he lost all his money and went into debts, and then was able to come back up again and make the money that he was able to make. So in the process, he wrote books and has been able to educate various millions and millions of people. He came up with 7 baby steps, as he calls it and refers to it, to help individuals start from in debts, in a position where they don't have enough, to a place where they can build generational wealth and they can have financial peace. Okay. Before I just go through the steps, I'd like to just say that Dave Ramsey is not the only individual in the U.S. that gives financial advice. Okay. How many of us know who Warren Buffett is? How many of us know who Robert Kiyosaki is? Yeah. So there's a lot of individuals in the U.S. Who also contribute to giving advice and showing people how to be successful in your financial journey. But Dave Ramsey does a great job, and when Brother Benham tells me that, or tells us that, invest in something that has a proven record, okay? Well, Dave Ramsey has helped millions and millions of people. That's a proven record right there. So if you apply these principles here, I'm sure you're going to get a positive return from that. So let's go ahead and just jump through a few of these, or all of these, so that, and then we're going to go into some of them more in depth. Number one, baby step number one is to just save $1,000 for your starter emergency fund. And this is relative. If you're in high school, maybe you may not have a job that can give you or make you $1,000. Maybe for you it's $500, okay? But step number one is to make a starter emergency fund, and we're going to talk about what that does in a little bit. Step number two is to be able to pay off all the debt that you have through the debt snowball effect, like you were mentioning earlier, and I'm going to just show a little bit about that. So the key thing about step number two is you're paying off all the debts, but you don't pay off the house, because typically a house is the most expensive thing that us in general we're going to be able to buy, because those things are $400,000 or $600,000 of an investment. Unless you get to the point where you can buy maybe a yacht or jet, at that point you don't even need to apply these steps. Step number three is to have save 3 to 6 months of expenses in a fully funded emergency fund, which is different from the first emergency fund. That one is a starter emergency fund. Now you want to be able to save 3 to 6 months of your expenses, and we're going to go into depth into why we need that. Step number four is to invest 15% of your net monthly income or household income. You're going to invest that towards retirement, but not only towards retirement, but also while you're going through your financial journey. And again, 15% is relative. If you're making more in your life, maybe you can invest and put more, maybe 25%, 30% if you're doing really well. We're going to speak to that a little bit. Step number five is to save for your children's college fund, which would apply to some of us here, but a lot of us here, like myself, wouldn't really apply to now. But the Lord willing in the future. So if step number, and we're going to talk about how you can be able to invest or help your children be able to save for their college funds in the future. Okay? Step number 6 is telling us to be able to pay our homes early. Okay? And then baby step number 7 is finally building wealth and getting to a place where you're financially free so that you can be able to give. And we're going to speak to giving, what I mean by giving, a little bit more later on with the slides. Okay, so jumping into step number 1, baby step number 1 that Dave Ramsey speaks about. The reason why we want to have a starter emergency fund is to be able to take care of medical expenses, like if you need to buy medicine, things like unexpected car repairs, like blowing a tire, various different miscellaneous expenses and unexpected emergency bills. Next slide, please. So that's what step number 1 is. Step number 2 is being able to pay off all the small debts that you have, all the debts, like I mentioned, except for the house, through a debt snowball. And just an example, a quick example to show you how to go ahead and pay for this debts and remove it. If you have a credit card debt that's about $3,000, and then you bought a car, you're financing a car for $15,000, and then you have student loans for $40,000. You want to attack all of them, but you want to attack the least amount. You want to put the highest percentage towards the least amount first, so you can quickly eliminate the $3K and then move on to the $15K, the $40K, etc. All right. So the goal here is to be able to eliminate your debt as fast as you can. Let's go to the next slide. And step number 3 is telling us to save 3 to 6 months of our living expenses. And number one reason why for this is in case if you lose your job. A lot of us here, especially as men, because we're supposed to be the heads, hopefully you're not in a situation where you don't have your jobless for 3 to 6 months. But we know that things happen in the States. Life happens. And because life happens, you want to be in a situation where you have a backup plan, where you have funds that can support you for at least 3 to 6 months while you look for your next opportunity. This also serves for if in case your car breaks down, you need to replace your engine or the entire car in itself. If you have medical bills that you need to take care of, like surgeries, things like that, and home repairs, plumbing issues, various different things like that. Okay, next slide, please. So baby step number 4, this is finally the step where you can start thinking about investing, because the previous steps is really to help you get to a even ground level where you can start finally living your life more in a free way. So this is where you can invest about 15% of your net monthly income. Let's just a quick example here. If your income is about $4,000 a month, and you invest, just a relative example, if you invest about 15% of that, which is about $600, and it's like I mentioned, it's relative. You can invest more or less. That leaves you with about $3,400. $3,400 to be able to take care of your expenses, including tithes, including grocery bills, car bills, leisure activities, various different things that you need to be able to do on a monthly basis. All right? Next slide, please. Step number 5 here is, like I mentioned, is to save for your college funds. Hopefully whenever by the time they're 18 years old, they can be able to take money from the funds that you've been able to accumulate for them, and so that they can be able to study using those. And here are some ways to be able to invest for your kids. There's something called the 529 College Saving Plan, which is an education tax advantage investment account. Okay, and you can also save for your kids' future through an LLC. Like I mentioned, it's a limited liability company where, because you pay individuals, you pay the child, they receive a W-2. Most of us that have a job, we either get a W-2 or a 1098. Because they receive a W-2, they're eligible to put their money into a Roth IRA, even though they're young. And that helps tremendously. And we're going to speak about what a Roth IRA is in a little bit. And because you're in an LLC, you can be able to claim all the tax deductions that you pay to your kids. Okay, this is just another advantage. And the last point is a custodial account, which is an adult just typically opening up a saving account for a child. Next slide, please. And baby step number 6 is being able to pay off your home early. And paying off your home early has many advantages. Advantage number 1, if the extra money that you pay towards your mortgage will save you thousands of dollars in interest that is accumulated on the entire life financing length of your house. Say, for example, if you have a house mortgage of $300,000, you buy a house brand new, $300,000, and your financing length is about 30 years. You have 30 years to pay that off. Okay, and it's accruing at a 4% rate. And if you pay, for example, $330 extra on top of what you're paying, if you're in the position to pay extra money on that, just an example, that reduces your mortgage to about 11 years, which means you will be able to pay off your mortgage in, instead of 30 years, 19 years, which saves you about $65,000 in interest. That could have been accumulated. Next slide, please, Delise. And baby step number 7 here is finally talking about generational wealth. At this point, you've been able to generate, well, you have little to no debts, you have a fully funded emergency fund, and you've been able to stabilize your family's finances, and you're ready to build for the future and give generously. Okay, and at this point, you've established an abundance of valuable assets and resources, and you can give in many ways. When we talk about giving, this is an opportunity for you to support the church, to support God, the ministry, the gospel, various different ways. So at this point, you're financially free. You're good. You have money. I believe the majority of us, we know the story of the Le Jeune Homme Riche, the young rich ruler. Okay? Just a quick illustration. For those of us that don't know that story, there was a young ruler a young man who had a lot of money in the Bible, where He was financially free, essentially. But he didn't have, as the pastor was speaking about it Thursday, he didn't have eternal life. So he went to Jesus and asked him, what should I do to have eternal life? And the Lord told him, give everything you have and follow me. Come and follow me. Which is a very, very hard lesson, because at this point of time, you have accumulated so much money, but God doesn't want you to just make money, and forget to even wake up on Sunday. So the point here is to be in a position where you can give to support the work of God, okay? And that's what we want to speak about, giving here, where you're in a place where you've created generational wealth. Next slide, please. So the last point that we're going to touch on here is, what can you invest in? Like I mentioned, there's a lot of areas, but I've narrowed down a few here. What can you invest in, and how can you make these investments? All right? So number one is retirement. I'm not really going to touch on a lot of these, like IUL, Index Universal Life. I believe some of the earlier presentations touch on that. There's the Roth IRA. There's the 401k. There's also a saving account, a way to invest through savings, which through high yield saving accounts, and HSA, which is health saving account. And there's also my personal favorite, real estate, where you can invest in various different places: commercial properties, land investments, residential, all sorts of different types of investments. And entrepreneurship is also a way to invest in yourself and in the community and things, through a business, through a franchise, or a company. Next slide, please. Just jumping into the world of investing into real estate, what exactly is real estate? Well, it's defined through residential properties, which are houses that we live in, the majority of us. If we live in a house, it's considered residential. Commercial properties are apartment buildings, office spaces, skyscrapers, schools, those types of properties. And then industrial properties are considered warehouses, factories, farms, all sorts of different things like that, okay? And then we speak about vacant land, it's exactly that, just land, maybe has a pond or a lake or something like that. What I always think about investing in real estate is the best way to really jump in if you're brand new is to jump into short-term rentals, because there's area where short-term rentals is typically defined as a day all the way up to 30 days, so a month. Shorter than a month, renting your house out shorter than a month is considered short-term, and then a month to 6 months is considered mid-term, and anything past that is long-term, okay? So short-term rentals is very, very good for where individuals can be able to start if you don't have all the financial means to be able to really start, but it's a cheaper way compared to the other ways here. So there's 3 ways that you can generally start within short-term rentals. And number one way is the stereotypical way where the majority of us think of jumping into real estate, which is the most expensive way, which is buying a house, which requires credits, down payment, all that. This is the most expensive way, okay? But at this point, you're able to buy a house. You're liable for any damages that happens in that house. You have to pay for that because you're the landowner. You're the homeowner, okay? But the important thing to catch from that is if you put the house on the market and you're able to generate income from that through short-term rental, if you put it through various different places like Airbnb, Vrbo, Booking.com, short-term rental websites, that generates you money on a monthly basis. And the second step, the second method to be able to invest in short-term rentals is called rental arbitrage, where you would negotiate with a landlord, sign a year contract or so, and then you would be liable to pay about $2,000. But then if you, for example, generate $5,000 in that month, $6,000, the extra income that you make after you pay the landlord is yours. That's the profit of the business with rental arbitrage. Okay? It's also a very, very good investment for you to be able to make and generate cash flow income. Step number 3 is typically the least profitable, but it's also the least risky, as I would say, because you don't run the risk. Step number 3 is typically where you sign a contract with a landlord, and you're not liable to pay the rent on a monthly basis, but because you're not liable, you're typically just managing the guests that are able to check in on a daily basis, and you would get paid a percentage instead of receiving the entire lump sum of money that you would be paid on a regular basis if you were doing rental arbitrage or something like that. So I typically recommend the second option, which is rental arbitrage, and that's kind of the business that I'm in as well within real estate, and it's more profitable in that sense. But long term, you want to have a house that profits. It's profitable in the long term because rental arbitrage properties are typically signed in about a year lease, and I can answer a little bit more to that. The second way of investing is commercial properties, where these properties are relatively expensive, about $2, $3, $4, $5 million of property, where the majority of us individuals can't really invest in those. But the benefit to that is something called REITs, which is a real estate investment trust, where a lot of individuals come together and they put money into these expensive properties. And think of it like a pie, where you buy a portion of a pie, you have a portion. When the property begins to make money, you get paid based off the percentage of the money of the pie that you invested in. And that's a way you can be able to invest in very expensive properties, but also benefit from that, because those skyscrapers and commercial properties, office spaces and things, they generally make more money than a lot of the residential properties. All right. Another way to invest is also land investment. Currently, I think on Earth there may be, I forget the exact number, there's probably about 12 billion people on Earth. And that number is going to continue exponentially grow. But the amount of land that God provided on Earth is never going to grow. He only gave a specific amount, he only allotted a specific amount of land, which is what makes land lucrative, okay? It makes it more expensive. If you buy a portion of a land, say for example for $100,000, you hold it for 5 years, 10 years, it's going to be worth significantly more because people need that land, okay? And that's the good business about land investments. And then, of course, buying a house as well is something that I always recommend, because you're able to build equity on the long term instead of extending. Nothing against people that stay in an apartment, but if you're staying in an apartment for 10 years, 15, 20 years, you're losing money instead of being able to build money through equity if you have a house. Okay, just a few more points before I end it for today. Next slide, please. We also, another way to invest is also through retirement, through a Roth IRA, which is just an individual retirement account that helps you be able to invest after-tax money that comes through you through a brokerage account and in the stock market. And I can answer questions if anybody has questions towards that. And individual universal life, I'm not going to speak to that since we had a whole presentation on that. 401k, we also, I believe we spoke on that. Next slide, please. This is something I wanted to also to show, because this is very important. A lot of people just keep our money in our savings through traditional banks like Wells Fargo, Chase, Bank of America, those big banks that people know of. With those banks, for example, here, they usually have low interest, like 0.02% of interest. So if you, for example, if you put $1,000 into a saving account with one of those big banks, after a month, because the interest rate is so low, you're going to probably get 20 cents out of that. But if you put money into a high yield saving account, you're going to be able to draw dividends. And this is the concept that Brother Branham was telling us earlier, or what the message was telling us. Put your money into something that will draw dividends. So on a monthly basis, if you put, say for example, $1,000, because the high yield saving account can have about 4.5% of interest. After a month, you will have, say for example, you may have about $45 added just on the account, and that's relative. It depends on the interest rate and how much you invest in. Okay, and there's also a health saving account, which is a high deductible health insurance policy, but that's also a way to also input your money and use it for medical expenses and things like that. Next slide, please. I'm not really going to speak to the pros and cons of, next slide, please. All right, so another area, like I was mentioning earlier, is entrepreneurship, and I believe a few individuals here are also entrepreneurs, and have that type of mindset, which is essentially filling a need in the community through a business. If you see an entity, if you see a void in the community, you're able to fill it through building a company or something of that sort, or even buying a reputable franchise. Some pros about being an entrepreneur is just the unlimited income potential that you can make, and the flexibility and autonomy, creative control, and just the opportunity of growth. Of course, there's also some cons with any type of investment that you can make. But relatively speaking, entrepreneurship is a positive way to also put your money and invest into something that can help you out. But with that, just in conclusion, investing and building wealth requires time, and it requires patience. And one of the most smartest men with finances and things, Robert Kiyosaki, like I was mentioning, he says, it's not how much money you make, but it's how much money you get to keep and how that money works for you, and how many generations you are able to keep that money for. So for example, if you're a millionaire by the time you're 30, but then you blow it by the time you're 40, you've gained nothing. So the most important thing is to grow and impact your investment portfolio by carefully diversifying and putting your money into different areas in case one fails, so you have a safety net. And Melody the Hobson says here, the biggest risk is not taking one. Like I was mentioning earlier, investment requires action. So you have to be able to take action in order for you to receive a positive return on your investment. So within that, hopefully I was able to answer some of these questions that we have here. I appreciate you guys for your time. It's been a great conference so far. I've learned so much. I hope you've learned as well. Hopefully it's been a great opportunity for you guys as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Taylor. I don't want you to leave. Thank you so much. Let's give a huge applause once again for this young man. The Bible speaks about a young rich man, amen. He didn't just speak about him, but he said Moses also was a very young and very rich man by placing God first. Taylor, we really want to appreciate you. You did a wonderful job. I believe we have learned a lot. So, for the questions part concerning Taylor, I will give you the opportunity to talk to him after we dismiss from here because it's very late. We need to go. And if you have any question, any details, how to become rich in the correct way, this was the correct way. He's here to help you. How to just balance your finance and everything. He's here to help you. So that's why I always say we find everything in the message. Everything that you need is found there in the tips. A man like Brother Branham speaking about dividend, investment, all those things. It was for a reason, because God knew you and I, we are going to live in this generation. We are going to face those realities. And as a Christian, how are we going to navigate a system? So we want to acknowledge and to thank our precious brother. We have a gift of recognition, or just a gift of thanking him. And Brother Amani too, Sister Sandra, we forgot to appreciate you with this gift. This is for Brother Taylor. Brother Taylor, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming. Our picture, our famous picture. Thank you so much, Taylor. You can have a seat. If you have any question, talk to Taylor after service. Sister Sandra, Brother Amani, please come and get your gift and let us get our picture. It's very important for Brother Peter and I. Yeah, he's from Houston. No, he's from Dallas. He's from Texas. Yeah, the best state in the U.S. You want to debate on that? We can have another topic. Where's Brother Amani? He left with the kids. Okay, I'm going to save the gift for him. I think he left. Brother Amani left? Yeah, he left. The kid had been here since 10 o'clock. So, Sister Sandra, you're going to take for him? Okay, see, so you're going to give him tomorrow at church. Oh, let's take our picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful moment. Brother Peter, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it was really beautiful. Thank you very much, Brother Taylor. One takeaway is make the money work for you.
Oh, yeah.
That was really beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
You know, don't always toil day and night for the money. Sometimes, you know, money needs to work for you.
Exactly. Make the money works for you and get the knowledge that it's necessary for you to be. That's the point of it. You know, in the sermon, lean not on your own understanding. The books are out there. That's what the bottom say. When you have those knowledge, when you have those degrees, those certification, it's gonna help you to simplify your life on earth. Knowledge is the key, and my people are dying lack of. And today we thank God we have received the knowledge that is going to help us for the rest of our journey on earth. Till the Lord meet again, until we meet again, or should I say until we wait until the coming of the Lord. If the Lord tarry, we are going to have another session like this in 2025, because it's after 2 years over here in Houston. But if there is another session somewhere in Dallas, remember what Brother Joe and the rest of the people say, take advantage to attend events that is going to be beneficiary for your life. And the best networking, the best information that you can have, the best motivation, the best monitor, the best coach or whatever, it's the Lord Jesus Christ. I didn't know if you have noticed all those panelists, the majority of them, especially those who are Christian, they mentioned that our source of motivation was Christ, the Bible, because all the answers are found in the Word of God. Aren't you happy to be a Christian? Aren't you happy to be a message believer? Aren't you happy to have all those revelations? Give a clap to the mighty God. We are finished for today. I want to thank first the Lord for this opportunity. I want to thank all the panelists for your time, your consecration, and all those panelists. They were here. We didn't give them nothing. They just came to share the knowledge. Somewhere else, it could have been a lot of money we had to pay. I hear that in order to bring Obama to speak in the conference, you need to be ready, bro. It's a lot of billions of dollars. But to bring somebody like Adam, Brother Jonah, Brother Taylor, for free. What a networking. And every event they will be coming here for free. But we do this to appreciate them, and they do it for love. I want to thank them. I want to thank Brother Half. It took a long time. It traveled from far, Brenham, Texas. He came here since yesterday. He wanted his son to be part of it. Brother David, who was very active during the session. I really appreciate that. I want to thank everybody who came from Dallas, Brother Nunes and all the sisters that came from Dallas. We have the Brother Pastor Charles, that's his last name? Pastor Charles Makutuya. His daughters were here earlier. They're going to be with us tomorrow at the service. So people came from everywhere, from Dallas. Who came outside of Texas? Okay, who came outside of Houston? Brother Half came outside of Houston. Brother Antoine, all the way from Austin. So I want to thank you all, the audience. I want to thank the committee, those who work in the background, who has helped those PowerPoint to be, all those things to be available. I want to thank Brother Amour and his team, Sister Delise, Brother Eduardo, Sister Caroline, Sister Lavender. I want to thank the technician, Wenceslao, Brother Joseph, Brother Joshin, Brother David, Brother David, okay. Brother David, Brother Joachim, Brother Gabriel, all of you, I want to thank the audience for coming, a lot of sacrifice, and by God's grace, we are going to be here, no, not here, we are going to be at church tomorrow morning to finish our youth meeting, right, Brother Peter? And I want to thank Brother Peter. This was the first experience as an MC of such kind of session, and he did a wonderful job. In the next feature, I believe he's going to be the one just to take over, because I want to retire. I made a lot of money already. All right, we thank God for this day. Brother Jonah, you started. Oh no, you were supposed to start. You came the second, but Adam is not there. You are here. I want you to come to dismiss, so we can go and we can refresh ourselves, meditate upon those things. Yeah, meditate, yes, to meditate, and then to come back tomorrow to receive the most important things, the spoken word. Are you happy for that? Oh, wonderful. Ali, Brother Jonah, a word of prayer, And if you have anything to say, go ahead.
Let's pray.
Let's
Dear
pray.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to share knowledge. Your word says your people perish because of lack of knowledge. Lord, we hope whatever was shared today will benefit someone. Someone will make better decisions to change the course of their life because of today's presentation. Lord, as we drive to our places, we pray that you be with us, guide us, and if it's your will that we meet tomorrow for service, Lord, we'll be grateful to you. Be with us as we go. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we are praying.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Jonah. Thank you so much. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my sister. We see you tomorrow. Oh, it just came in my mind. Really, we are blessed to have the message. Do you know Brother Branham preach about the power of decision? Do you know that? You have to decide either to go to school or to stay there. You have to decide to have a certificate or not. Everything is found where? In the Word. Oh, I love the message. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Bring your Bible. If you don't bring your Bible, you're going to be in trouble. Shalom. Thank you so much. So, ushers, you are going to help us to dismiss. Don't forget to build networking as you're stepping out there. And ushers, especially Houston Tabernacle, not just usher, Houston Tabernacle, let's stay here to organize things. But Eduardo, I want you to be with your team because I don't want anybody to come and touch and mess up a lot of things. Organize it. If Amu is here, may Amu be there to organize. If Amu is not there, you're in charge. Ushers, Houston Tabernacle, let's stay here to help, to clean, to put things in order because our sisters did a wonderful job at the time. I wanted to acknowledge them. My wife, Sister Splendid, Sister Leah, Sister, what's her name? Sister Ivania, Sister, all the sisters, forgive me if I forgot your name, Sister Paola, all of you, I want to acknowledge your wonderful job. Thank you so much. Let's continue to be united and get all the information. And I'm going to send you all the PowerPoint. Just give me your number or your email address. I will send you all the PowerPoint. Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Shalom.